Sure it's on. Thank you. Mark Dixon,
Present.
Jeff Foreman,
Here.
Sarah Fraser,
Here.
Andrew Garston, Jennifer Gonzalez, Terry Harmon,
Here.
Bernadette Murray,
Here.
Stephanie Powell,
Here.
Martha Soffer, Christy Underwood.
Here.
Seven present and 3 not.
But the microphone goes off in 20 seconds if you haven't spoken. Also, you should know that. And when it's on, the little red light is on. Thank you. So, but as we begin, we need to have board approval for an exception to the rules about persons not able to attend the meeting who are on the board. I'll ask for a motion.
Actually, Mark, may I interrupt?
Yep, go right ahead.
Hi, on item 2, I just wanted to say that we are having this meeting under Government Code Section 11123.2, which requires that at least a majority of the board be at a physical location together. But they will also count as in person someone who is participating remotely due to a qualified disability. And so I believe we have Dr. Jeff Foreman, who needs to make a short statement about his need to appear remotely.
Thank you, Jill. I'm once again confirming that I need to participate remotely for this board meeting. I have a physical disability as defined in California Government Code 12926. My condition affects my musculoskeletal and immune systems and limits my ability to perform physical activities. I'm immunocompromised. I need to avoid group settings as much as possible. My understanding is that I can be counted as in person for the meeting because of my physical disability. As such, I'll be asking the board to approve my remote attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So if we could just have a motion, Mark, from someone to approve Jeff as exempt because of a disability and to count him as in person.
Thank you, Jill. Yes, I'll accept the motion.
I'll second.
Sarah, made by? Who made the motion?
Sarah Fraser.
So you said second.
Oh, I thought you made the motion. Sorry. I thought you said I'll make the
I
motion.
said accept the motion.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to accept Jeff coming in from virtual
Thank you.
and to count him as in person.
Stephanie Powell, second.
Well, Jeff, we hope you feel better soon and are up and about. We miss you and appreciate all you've done. Jeff, we appreciate all you've done for the board over the years and hope we get better soon, buddy. Take good care. Everybody notice this mic goes off after 20 seconds of inactivity. Thank you for the reminder.
You take the vote too.
Say again? And now we'll take a vote.
Mark Dixon,
Yes?
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Thank you. Steve, I have a little oversight about the member of the public who do you have a wish to make a comment on that motion? Thank you. Okay.
Are we requesting public comment?
I did.
Online as well.
The chair's call for
Oh, and public comment online.
As a reminder, you can request a comment by raising your hand located in the menu of the bottom of your screen. Or if you're joined via your phone, you may press *9.
Thank you,
I will
Jordan.
give a moment and pause. It appears there are no further comments at this time, so I'll turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you. Is there a way to overcome that 20-second limitation?
I was just checking on that, Mark, and with the mics that I was asked to provide, there is none.
Okay, it takes me 20 seconds to get my thoughts together sometimes, John. Okay. Thank you. So, well, we'll get started here. Does a member of the public wish to introduce herself? The in-person member. We're gonna get her, let her get her mic.
Good morning, I'm Patricia Kluwer from Glendale, California. I said, good morning, I am Patricia Kluwer from Glendale, California. Morning, thank you.
Is there anybody on the Zoom who wishes to introduce themselves?
Kimberly Austin, your line is now open. You may make your comment.
Good morning, Kimberly Austin, certified massage therapist from Folsom. Thank you guys for hosting this.
Is there anyone else that wishes to identify themselves?
No further comments.
Thank you. I'm going to start with just a quick comment. You'll notice on the cover page of the agenda, a little indicia about the candid recognition for transparency is covered in greater detail in the CEO's reports. But you've got a lot to be proud of, Board of Directors, because it's of your decisions and conduct we've achieved this status. So thank you for that. I'm going to also mention something. We're about to complete our 15th year of California's. We're about to complete our 15th year as California's primary public protection entity for massage oversight. And a lot of it has to do with the work of the board for the last 15 years. I addressed the CMTC's matter of transparency a minute ago. It's part of what makes this board unique. Our decisions are made after vigorous debate and consideration of the risks and the opportunities from varied points of view. Individual board members bring their perspectives, their experience, their biases to each vote. But when sitting on this board, the directors must vote in the best interests of CMTC and its mission to protect the public. It's on the back of all of our name cards here. The board depends upon information from many sources, including stakeholders, professionals, and of course our staff. But while the board listens and thoughtfully considers all the input from those sources, the ultimate decisions on policies and budget are made by the board. And that completes that statement. We're going to move into reminders about rules of debate for the board's benefit and for the benefit of the public. Only one item, and only an item on the agenda is discussed at a time. After being recognized by the chair, only one person speaks at a time. That would be the person introducing the item, the person speaking for or against the item, or the person asking or answering a question or raising a point of order. Courtesy carries the expectation that side conversations are inappropriate. Directors debating a motion will have 2 minutes to speak, at which time the motion will receive public comments and go to a vote. The board may vote to extend time for debate as well. When you wish to speak, either if you're online, you can indicate with a raised hand, or if you're at the table, please raise your hand and wait to be called upon by the chair. And remember that a question is not an occasion to make an argument. We're going to move to item 5 now. And Allison, I'll ask to help us with that one. moving into closed session. We need to take a little break while the sound equipment is adjusted, and we invite our non-members of the board, including the public, to leave while we go into closed session.
The board will now go into closed session while we take a break. Board members can stay logged in as we moved them into the closed session meeting area.
So that was a yes?
I didn't hear.
Oh. We're entertaining a motion to approve the minutes from October 9 and 10.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Gersten,
Since I wasn't here, I abstained.
okay. Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Abstain.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Unanimous with 2 abstentions. Thank you. We're going to move now to item 7, and I'll ask our CEO to discuss. Also, I'll ask for a motion to allow us to suspend the rules of order and debate for this so we can have free-flowing discussion.
I move that motion.
I second.
Moved by Andrew, seconded by Bernadette. We're now going to suspend the rules of order for this discussion and ask Amos to take item 7.
Pardon, point of order. We actually need to vote on the motion.
That's right, we do. Let's vote on the motion. Sorry.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff Harmon,
Yes.
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Gersten,
Yeah.
Jennifer
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we can go.
So I'll take a couple of minutes to orient the discussion here. So little crash history course. So when SB 731 passed and the Massage Therapy Act went into effect in 2009, there was no exam requirement in order to get certified. When CMTC went through its first sunset review, which was 2014, 2015, the board voted and recommended to the legislature to require an assessment examination as part of the condition to be certified. That was implemented into state law. Then, if you review this packet, several years after that, there were some issues with people who were applying for CMTC certification, and the one of the exams that was used the most for the assessment is an exam which is being given by the Federation of State Massage Therapy Board that CMTC is a member of, an exam called the MBLEX. The Federation of State Massage Therapy Board, one of the conditions that they put to allow people to sit for the exam is to make sure that the applicants for the exam education came from a school approved by the entity in the state that has oversight over the profession. So like in California and in other states, you may have dual entities that approve schools. Like in California, we have the BPPE, the Bureau of Private Personal Education, that approve vocational schools. Any kind of vocational school, massage schools are a part of it. But also, for the purpose of certification, the program, the massage program, need to be approved by the California Massage Therapy Council. So the Federation implemented that provision to California the way they implemented it to other states. And that kind of created some issues because there are some schools that were not approved by CMTC that still students from that schools wanted to sit for the exam. The federation said, sorry, if the school is not approved by, the program is not approved by CMTC, you cannot put the exam. So there was a lot of back and forth discussions between the federations and the California legislature, specifically the Senate, that tried to convince the federation to allow these people to take the exam anyway. In this packet here, you see back and forth letters between me and the executive director of the federation. In a nutshell, what is happening there is we try to create some kind of a path to have a kind of a temporary consensus between the legislature and the federation. The federation just did not want to comply with what the legislature would ask them to do. So the legislature decided to say, you know something, we're just going to suspend the exam requirement altogether. So that suspension has been in effect for quite some time, for several years. And in the last sunset review, the legislature decided to extend that suspension until I think it was January 1st, 2027. Am I correct? Yeah. So this is kind of where we are. When we went through a last sunset, needless to say, that issue of the exam was an issue which was discussed, and we communicated that we will initiate discussions and evaluations of this entire matter. And once we have conclusions or recommendations, we will share it. So to that end, last year in June, we held a stakeholders meeting in Santa Monica. I believe there were like 60 people attended that meeting. It was an all-day meeting that included massage schools, included employers, included two panels, a panel of people who are in favor of having an exam and a panel of people who are not in favor of having an exam. We facilitated all of that. And then we had a roundtable discussion of when everybody had an opportunity to speak. Also, there were associations there. The Hands-on Trade Association was there. I believe you represented them at the time. AMTA was there. ABMP had two representatives. AMTA had two representatives. So it was a very, very broad discussion for a lot of stakeholders. We even had at the time, the chair of the Nevada State Board of Massage came and participated. Matter of fact, the executive director of the Nevada State Board of Massage was one of the panelists. We had the executive director of the Texas Department of Licensing on the panel. So we had people both from California and from other states participating in these discussions. We try to summarize and capture it in this document that you have here. The discussion continues. So to orient everybody, the fact that the date for the sunset was moved in a year earlier does not necessarily mean that this board is required to make any recommendations or anything like that to the legislature. Our original plan was to discuss that and to put together, to implement the board's previous decision, and that is to have a final report by the end of next year. One of the things we're contemplating was actually to retain the services of a public policy consulting firm to have an outside public policy experts to analyze all of that and to take it a step further to make recommendations to the board. Needless to say, we're not in this position at this point. So we thought it would be a good idea to bring it to the board. It was on the agenda before, and we never really got to discuss it. So I think there's a good opportunity for the board to have a conversation about that. If we have time, of course, to take some public comments. And then staff will make some recommendations at the end. So that's kind of little orientations for new people.
Any question, Christy?
Couple questions. Has this board in the past made a decision that we should be having an exam?
So technically speaking, there was one decision that the board took. That was many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when the legislature complied with that and said, yeah, let's go ahead and have an exam. The board has never reversed that position. Okay. So that's pretty much where we stand.
And then can I ask, the exam that did exist, did we administer an exam or did we just accept exams?
So there are, I think, three or four. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay. There are 3 or 4 exams which are approved by this board. Okay. There is the MBLEX, which is the Federation of State Massage Board, which you voted on last meeting because there was a period of a year that the board unapproved the MBLEX because of the issue that we discussed in the last board meeting. Okay. The Federation changed the policy, so the board re-accepted the MBLEX. There are, there's a Blvd, there is the New York exam, and I think there's also another exam from the National Certification Board of Therapeutic Massage and Bodywork, which is also accepted. So no, we do not have our own exam.
And those exams that you just mentioned are all offered in California by those organizations, or probably not the New York one, but like say the MBLEX is offered here in California.
Yeah. They all of these exams are offered in testing centers, Pearson VUE testing centers. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for our CEO? Sarah?
I have a question and I'm not sure what staff member might have this information or even if we have that offhand, but I'm curious, in an effort to create like evidence-based policy, like as we choose how to move forward and what to suggest, is there any evidence in, is there a difference in having the exam versus not having the exam in terms of bad actors that we're kind of catching within the industry? Like have the numbers gone up that because we don't have an exam? And I don't know, Joe Bob, I see you leaning forward. I don't know, Beverly, you might have that information, but I'm just curious. Do we have any evidence that not having the exam is causing issues? I think that's a big question. And I have others, but that's kind of where I'd like to start.
Will you address that, Joe Bob?
So, no, I don't, that's not something that we've necessarily tracked on whether that went up. I mean, so there was a period before there was an exam, then there was a short period where there was an exam required, and then there was a period afterwards where there hasn't been an exam required. And to my knowledge, we haven't tracked if there was any sort of a spike in that or not.
I will add one more thing, and that is CMTC actually happened to be in a very unique position because we have certified thousands of people that got certified and went to work on the public, and they did not have to take an exam. So it happened at the early stages, the first 5 years. Then there was a period of several years where there was an exam requirement. And then there was like the last 4 years, I think there was no exam requirement. So we, in conversations with back in review department, the people who actually deal with disciplinary actions, I did ask this question. So do we see a difference in propensity of people who did or did not take the exam to harm the public, whether they engage, whatever conduct is? And the answer is no. Okay, we've not really seen any difference. There are a lot of speculations about why is that the issue. One idea that we heard is we've seen people who pass the exam in a very, very high grade, and CMTC still has not certified them because it turned out they did not really receive the education. And one of the issues that the entire industry has grappled with for many years is fraud in the exams. It's a major issue that the exam providers are aware of and are trying to deal with. So that's one issue. So yeah, we've not seen that those people who took it or didn't take it that makes any any difference. We did look into that because in conversation with legislative staff, there's a very serious concern on the part of the legislature in creating barriers for entry. In other words, the legislature is always, of course, number one concern is protection of the public. But they do not want to see protection of the public at the cost of creating barriers to entry for people to be able to make a living and to treat the with with such an important profession. So that's why we kind of did look at that. And yeah, we've not seen any difference among these people.
Is there another question?
You can go. Okay, sorry, I saw you moving.
I think,
Okay. My next question probably has to do with, and I'm glad that you said gainful employment or barriers to employment. So my next question is for Andrew and Martha, owning businesses. I'm curious if you have seen a difference in the amount of applicants that you have coming through without testing in place versus with testing in place. What's the difference there?
Yeah, there was a huge impact when the test went away in terms of graduates. And what we saw was enrollments in schools went up because there's a lot of people that wouldn't enroll in programs because they're test averse. And then about 25–30% of people just never would succeed that barrier. And so between increased enrollment and test averse people going into programs, probably a 50% jump in the number of graduates.
In my case, it's a little bit different. The people that have been working with me, I have people that are working with me for 17 years, 12 years. And since I started a new location, I still have the same people. So not many people get to say this in a massage place, but that's just because the way we treat the therapists and all the benefits they get from that. But would I say there's a difference between those people that take the test or not? As my own experience going to the school, I went to PSB for the massage. As my own experience, that was very strict. The school is very strict on all the tests and all the requirements and every hour. And if you are 5–10 minutes late to class, those 10 minutes, you have to make them up. So they are very strict. So I think if all the schools were as strict as they are, then you are already satisfied that the student that is going to go there is really prepared to be there.
Yeah, and of course, what I'm talking to you about 50% is across 100 locations across the state. So not just my own location.
Are you waiting to ask a question or decide who goes first?
yes,
Okay.
I was going to see if anybody else wanted to make a comment or ask questions or.
You're up.
Okay, so when we're talking about issues about the quality of schools. And one of the components that when the exam was in place and is in the statute, it did say that schools that fell below the national pass rate for the exam, I believe by more than 10% for 2 years in a row, would basically like be placed on probation. And when in terms of when we take away the exam, in terms of comparing schools to in terms of the quality of the instruction, I do understand that employers are saying, well, we can tell. Or hands-on, having this person come in, take a and provide massage is a better way in order to evaluate whether or not they know what they're doing. However, that's kind of and there's also, as Sarah's bringing up, there is the gainful employment aspect, where one of the ways to look at how well schools are doing a job of preparing their graduates is to look at how many do go on to be employed in the field. However, with those kinds of reports, they're really kind of a lagging report because they don't come, they are submitted maybe a year after to someone has graduated from a school. And in some cases, like for example, and I believe that I've mentioned this to Joe Bob before, we have about 20% of our schools that have been cited by the Bureau for not submitting their annual reports by the deadline. And so part of what I'm balancing in my mind and thinking about is if we have it, what the exam is providing another way to assess whether or not a student has received education, and so there's a component of that I think is important to look at. I'd also like to see really, if, as Sarah was saying, if we could really see some numbers and some data about if there are differences in terms of disciplinary actions that are imposed upon certificate holders based upon any difference, comparing those who have taken and passed an approved exam versus those who did not have to pass an approved exam. I do understand that there may be some other factors because the law hasn't been consistent all the way through. CAMTC gained more capacities as the law changed. And we've also done things, and hats off to our background review department and our law and code enforcement relations division in terms of building up declaration capacity, the ability to take action without arrests. So, but I think we could look at that, and it would be important to look at that. And also in terms of how many of folks who graduate in California actually move to other states. I know that may be difficult, or even if we just looked at a subset, how many folks that graduate from a California school, say, for example, at the schools, if they're a military spouse. And portability might be more important to them. And I bring that up just because most other states require passage of the NBLEX in order for licensure. I'm not saying that that justifies us bringing back the exam, but in terms of saying that that would be a factor that I would want to look at as well. So
Just
Comment on that.
again, just to orient new board members who may not be familiar. So the NBLEX is being given in California, okay? There are people in California. I mean, I get the reports from the Federation. I'm just giving an example of one exam. So people in California do take the exam many times because they are looking to move maybe to another state for various reasons. So there is no prohibitions for people to take the exam if they choose to. We are only talking about passage the exam as a requirement for CMTC certification. Okay, so just
Question for Joe Bob, and then I'll get to Christie.
Well, I just wanted to just to clarify one thing. So you said in statute, it's actually in the policies and procedures that there was where we looked at the exam results from the schools and that I just wanted to clarify that. I'm sure that's probably what you did mean, but just for the recording, I just wanted to clarify that it's in the policies and procedures that the board has passed.
I have a question for you, Joe Bob, which may be related to that. Do we have current and accurate information on which certificate holders have passed an assessment exam? Do we track that?
Not that I'm aware of. That was, I mean, that's something that would, I don't know if somebody would have to, because I don't deal really on that side with the individual applicants. So, but I'm not aware that there's that sort of tracking.
I can make a comment about that, sir.
John Walters.
So when we get information about, like, for example, about the NBLEX, we still keep track of that in case the legislature ever changes their mind. But we can't promise that we do that in every case because since it's not required right now and it's an optional question on the application, we do our best.
So it's uncertain whether somebody who's facing disciplinary action that would be able to determine whether or not they'd have taken any assessment exam. Is that correct?
Correct. In some cases we would know, and in some cases we might not know.
Thank you, John. You got a question, Christie?
I do. I have a question for Amos. So you mentioned about sunset. Was this one of the issues at the last sunset?
I think it was an issue that they raised, and they said in other words, the legislature were not comfortable bringing the exam back in a nutshell. That's why they maintained the suspension.
Okay, and the work that was done at the exam assessment conference, was it intended before the sunset got moved up? Did you say that it was intended we would submit that report as part of our sunset?
Not exactly. So the board, so that's okay. So before you joined the board passed a motion, I don't remember, a couple of years ago, to continue evaluate, to create a process to evaluating the pros and cons to do that. So the initial step was what happened, what you see in this report here. That was like the initial open process to bring stakeholders, 60 of them or so, to go and discuss it. That's going to be this first step. And what you see here is considered to be like an interim report.
Mm-hmm.
What we were going to do, one of the things we're going to discuss and maybe implement for next year so we can come back, is to, okay, so what's the next step? How do we drill it even deeper and try to assess it to be able to come with an intelligent, evidence-based recommendations, okay? Well, that is not happening right now. Prior to the upcoming sunset, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
So we are going to my suggestion is for us to communicate to the legislature that we are having discussions, to share with them where we are right now, that we take it very seriously, constructive discussions on this issue, but we're not in a position so early to be able to make an actual recommendation and be able to back it up with some kind of data. So
That, I would
that's-
totally agree with that suggestion. I don't know if that's something that we're looking for like a motion on for this meeting. Because I just wanted to be clear that we're not ready for our next sunset to make that recommendation, because it sounds like we want data. We want to still talk about it.
So that is the reason why we put this item before we talk about the sunset review, and this is when we're going to pull Allison back into the discussion on this issue. But that is kind of, I think the board should discuss it, and also the board should hear some public comments on this issue. So we will circle back to the sunset review document, and we can discuss this item as part of it.
Are there other questions from the members of the board on assessment exam? Hearing none, I'll call upon the public. If you wish to make comments about the assessment exam issue on the agenda, this is your time to do so.
All right. So my name is Katie Mickey, and I was one of the panelists at the stakeholder meeting that happened in June of 2023. And I am the director and primary instructor for the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute. So for the last 35 years, I've been in the classroom with the students, teaching them all the skills that are required to be able to practice safely with the public. At the last 6 years, I am proud to share that our graduates have had 100% first-time pass rate on the NBLEX exam. So I'm speaking to you from a position of strength that I have experience in preparing people for that exam. So I've been asked to speak again on this topic as to whether or not the exam is something that actually protects the public and ensures greater safety. All right. So I'm going to start with, we've been discussing, are there really any valid statistics? Where can we look for that information? So one place to look is insurance, because if the exam was actually causing people to be safer and not passing the exam was causing people to be less safe, one might speculate that there might be a difference in insurance rates. Actually, the exact opposite is true. So as a school owner, I'm required by my insurance provider to enroll all of my students in their policy at no additional charge for my school charge. So the students are free, their insurance, and they have, they're still in school. They haven't certainly passed the exam. All right. I contacted my ABMP, my insurance provider, and I talked to their carrier to ask them what are the most common claims that are happening with the industry, so that I could have a good understanding if, what would be required to prepare people to be safe, because the insurance claims are an indication of where there are safety features that are happening. So I found I heard the amazing feedback that the number one issue that is causing insurance claims is a condition called hypotensive orthostatic hypotension. All right. And so what that involves is that the client lacks sufficient vasomotor tone, and therefore they have, it contributes to a drop in blood pressure. And so that when they get up from being horizontal on the table to being vertical, they get dizzy. And then what happens is that they get up off the table and they fall on their way down, and they hurt themselves on the way down. All right. That's the number one issue in our profession. So I did a little research on that issue, how, and, you know, our current textbook informs us that there are several conditions that could have this orthostatic hypotension. It includes, well, hypertension, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, includes anemia and angina. It includes heart attack. It includes congestive heart failure. It includes chronic fatigue. And in the category of hypertension, high blood pressure alone, we have 31% of the adult population who have that condition. So what does our book recommend now in the 23 edition? This is Susan Salvo's Massage Therapy Principles and Practice. What she recommends is that the therapist stays with the client. Standard procedure is you're done with the massage and you tell the client, I will step out of the room so you can get dressed, and then I will meet you, you know, I'll either step back in or I'll meet you in wherever the break room is. And so what she's recommending now is that we assist the client if they have any of these conditions that I mentioned, where they may have orthostatic hypotension, that we assist them in getting from horizontal to vertical. All right. And so what that entails, in addition, we have them take a minute to sit up, a minute to dangle their feet, their legs off the table, and a minute to then stand and stabilize. All right. And so as I poll my students who work in the profession, in the spa industry, the majority of spas book their sessions back to back, which means that if a session ends at 1 o'clock, the next session starts at 1 o'clock. Therefore, the therapist has to stop the session 10 minutes early so that they can do a whole bunch of different things.
Ms. Mickey, I will respectfully ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
This is limited to the assessment exam discussion.
I know the reason where this falls in is that they have only 10 minutes to do this whole process. And so how are they going to do that in 10 minutes? Now they have to take 3 minutes off of that 10-minute process to get them dressed and get the new sheets on the table, get them to the break room, back for their next client. This is rarely ever done. So if we want to prevent the most common condition, and also the insurance provider said only once a year is there actually a catastrophic condition, which involves something very serious. And this is an ABMPs. So we're looking at how to prevent the injuries to the public, and far better to spend the time in the classroom, in my personal opinion, developing the sensitivity that we need to be able to understand the changes in the tissue when someone has a compromised system. And so that is my recommendation, is that we don't require our instructors to spend a valuable classroom time grilling all these test questions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there, come right up. If you wish to make public comments now on the subject of the assessment exam, just stand behind the microphone. Don't wait to be called on.
Good morning. My name is Ron Buckley. I have attended the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute in 2009. And in the training there, when you finish a class, you either take a test, for example, at the end of Swedish, or you demonstrate to the instructors or very experienced massage therapists that you are proficient in what you just studied. So I've been practicing for 11, 12 years now. I'm actually just recently retired. I hold your certification since 2011. And I'm standing in front of you as a person who has not taken the exam and sees no use in taking the exam. I think what makes a good massage therapist, I would ask you, and it seems it starts out with somebody who has an aptitude, has good hands, and then gets good training. So I think the emphasis here should be on the schools, that you certify and you make sure that they're doing a really good job. If they do that, you don't need an exam. And there's some people, I had a fellow student named Vince. He's a bodybuilder, a really big guy, great hands. He worked on me several times in class. At the end of the Swedish, the school has a basic test and he failed it. And you're allowed to take it again. He failed it. He failed it. He failed it. And the sixth time he finally passed it. My point is there are some people that just aren't good with words and aren't good with an exam, but they can be a tremendous massage therapist. So again, those people you're likely to exclude from the becoming competent massage therapists. So my points are, I don't need the exam personally. I think a lot of people are going to fail it and there will be good massage therapists. And I think your emphasis should be on the schools and making the schools highly competent to turn out people that really do good massage and keep the public safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I've been asked by a couple of people have asked, what about our 2-minute limit on discussion? We have suspended our rules of debate for this discussion. This is why we're going longer than 2 minutes at the microphone. Anybody else from the public present or online wish to make comments on this subject of the assessment exam?
We do have a comment online. Kimberly Austin, your line is now open. You can make your comment.
Hello. Thank you, Katie, for your comments. I really appreciate that aspect. It should start in the classroom, that they are taught the basics of safety and how to be a good therapist, how to do a good intake form, how to look for those signs, how to detect those things. That is what school is for. I agree we shouldn't be taking all that time to work on testing and on passing a test. I am an ex-accountant and I have taken the parts of the CPA, and most professions, doctors, lawyers, CPAs, other professions do have to take a test. You could be a really good potential doctor, but fail the test all the time. I've tutored people with test anxiety. It is a thing, and I understand that. In my class, there was 4 of us who took the test. The one with the most test anxiety, I know this is an outlier, did the best on the test. And that's just amazing that she took the time to dedicate. And during our breaks, we studied, we took an NBLEX prep test, and we studied and studied and studied. It is possible. I do support some level of a test. It is important that there is some basic competency that must be shown, just like lawyers, just like everything else. I've known people who passed the CPA the first time, and lawyers, some have taken years to pass it, but it is an important feature. Just because we're body workers doesn't mean we shouldn't take something. And especially if you've been in school and you've already taken that test and you take the test immediately afterwards, you shouldn't be struggling that hard with it, because the schools should have a tutoring system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? I don't see any hands raised. Anybody listening online who wishes to make a comment, this is your opportunity.
No further
Yes.
comments at this time.
Thank you. So I'll make a quick comment. As a massage professional for the last 37 years, I took the National Certification Exam for Therapeutic Massage and Bodywork the first time it was given in 1992. I wanted to have the highest certification I could get at that time, and that's what was offered. And I took it. It didn't have much consequence on my career. Nobody ever asked what the letters after my name meant, but I felt good about taking the exam. And I would probably be strongly in favor of an exam in California, personally, as a therapist and as a member of the CMTC's board, if we did not have such an exhaustive and thorough and deep review process for what it is to operate a massage school in California. The graduates of massage schools approved by CMTC, we're confident, have an adequate education to provide a safe, effective massage for their clients. And that's a factor not present in other states. I don't know of any other state that has such a rigorous vetting process for massage schools. So that's my personal position on the subject. We're going to move on now to the next item. And since the Sunset Report and election of officers are so strategically allied, we're going to start with with items after we restore the rules of debate. So I'll take a motion to restore the rules of debate and discussion.
I move that we return to normal order.
I'll second.
And seconded by Andrew Garston. Thank you. We'll take a vote on that, please, Charlotte.
Mark Dixon.
Yes.
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Garston,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Now, I'll just, what that really means for everybody is that essentially now there will be a two-minute limit on discussion for and against items and on public comments. As I mentioned, since the sunset report depends largely upon who's involved on the board and officer positions, I'm going to move the sequence so that we start with item 9, election of officers. Does anyone wish to create a motion, make a motion for the officers? Oh, Jeff Foreman's hand is up. And you are muted, Jeff. Dr. Foreman, you're muted.
Am I still?
And now we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, this is a really important sunset review. We need to put our best people forward. And in that regards, I would go with the experience that we have of the people that have addressed the legislature. And in that regards, Mark Dixon as chair and Dr. Stephanie Powell as vice chair. I'd like to nominate these two to represent us in these sunset hearings and as our board officers, Mark Dixon and Dr. Stephanie Powell.
To make sure I understand correctly, you're nominating me for chair and Stephanie for vice chair. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that's the motion. I will call for a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Andrew Garston. Do you wish to say anything further to support your motion, Dr. Foreman?
Well, it's the experience. We want someone who has the experience with sunset reviews. And Mark, I know you've done 3, maybe, or 4, at least 3. And
3, this is number 4.
This is number 4. And Stephanie, you have experience addressing the legislature and other large groups around the country. And you guys will do a fantastic job. I know it.
Thank you, Jeff. Now from the board, is there a comment? Hearing none, I'll ask for public comment on this motion. Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote.
Mark Dixon,
Yes?
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Garston,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
That vote is unanimous. I thank the board for their confidence in Stephanie and myself, and we will do our best to make you proud. Next, we need nominations for the positions of treasurer and secretary. Anybody's hand up? I will make a motion to nominate Andrew Garston as treasurer and Christy Underwood as secretary. Does someone wish to second that motion?
I'll second Stephanie Powell.
Thank you, Stephanie. So the motion is on the floor to nominate Andrew Garston as treasurer and Christy Underwood as secretary. Is there any comment? from the board. Jennifer Gonzalez?
Well, I guess we actually I failed to make this comment earlier and ask if anyone's even interested in it. So before we start just saying, oh, yeah, great. I don't know that we asked either of you if you were even interested in taking the spot. We just said, yeah, that's all great. And we agreed. So I guess I should, at this point, since I failed the first time, ask the second time to make sure before we all say it.
And I appreciate your concern.
That's a polite courtesy. Very much. Very good. Glad you're here. You're making up for it.
Yeah, sorry.
Good. Yeah, are all four of us willing to do this? No objections? Okay, Bernadette?
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question that if all the directors present have signed the conflict of interest form.
Have you received that, Terry Herman?
I did receive something this morning from Jennifer, but I haven't had an opportunity to review or sign it.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
This is Jill. Bernadette, I have sent it to Terry and to Andrew, but that's not a condition for voting.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions about this motion? Okay, does the public wish to make comment either in person or online about this motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote.
Mark Dixon,
Yes?
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Garston,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Herman,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous, and we now have a new slate of officers for CMTC. Appreciate that. That makes it now appropriate to go to item 8, the sunset report.
Should I?
Please, sorry.
So again, orienting new board members. So typically what happens is we receive a sunset questionnaire sometime around March. And we get asked to submit that report typically by December 1st. Sometime it was like December 10th, but the beginning of December. This year, we're completely different situation. So what happens is either in the October meeting or the December meeting, the board start to see like an initial draft for them to review. That's what happened last time. And then the board has input and there's discussion. And then after that, the board will authorize, I think last time it was like the chair and the vice chair, to implement and to do the final review and the sign off on the document before it gets transmitted to the legislature. Because of the very squeezed timeline that we have here, and even though additionally it was communicated to us, we would get a truncated version of the sunset review. That did not happen. We received the normal requirements. We are not in a position right now to present publicly a draft. This is something that is being worked on, but it was just not ready to be presented to the board to have actually intelligent discussion on this. So, so staff is working on this. And so what are we going to do next? So that's a question. So my recommendation to the board, and the board can decide what to do about that, is to keep authorizing staff to keep working on this document. And it probably not going to be as hefty as was in previous years because of time constraints. Typically, it's like a very big document, hundreds and hundreds of pages. And then when staff is ready, to have the chair and another officer, either be the vice chair or the treasurer or the secretary, maybe at the selection of the chair to have like two eyes review it and provide input and do the final review and the sign off. Allison, please feel free to jump in. Allison is working very hard on this document with other senior staff members. Any thoughts about this, Allison?
Yeah, I would just say whoever will be the ones who will be doing the final review, they need to be able to be available and have time to do it on a very shortened time frame, very close in time to when the document will be delivered. So for example, if somebody is traveling, will be out of the country for the remainder of December and beginning of January, you know, they would not be a good candidate.
That is the reason why I contemplated this issue. That's the reason why I suggested that the board may want to allow the chair to have this, you know, to check in with the other officers and see if they're even available. Just a thought.
Christy.
So a couple questions. For Sunset, sorry, my thoughts were spinning. Are we submitting new issues? So usually one of the areas is new issues. So is this report going to involve new issues?
Yeah, so I believe what Christy is referring to, there's a section in the questionnaire that is asking the board, do you have some, I mean, we always have to address issues that the legislature raised, but they're coming to the entity they're reviewing and say, hey, do you have some brilliant ideas you want us to consider, right? I think this is what you're referring to. And the answer, actually, there are, and I'm going to ask Allison to address it. We raised them actually last time. Unfortunately, they were not implemented. They tend to be technical in nature, not like more substantive policy, big picture issue. Allison, do you want to jump in here into this? Because I know what we're planning on putting under this section.
Yeah, let me just say that I think the new issues fall into kind of two categories as Amos described it. One are technical changes where there's sometimes the law needs to be better clarified for technical reasons. And there are a couple of little technical things that we had asked for during the last sunset review with the report in 2019, and those never came to pass. So the thought was that we would take those same technical changes and request those changes in this report as well. It's just kind of a handful of some technical language changes related to some issues that we see generally related to kind of background issues. And then I think the other piece of it, whether there are new issues, is really a matter for the board to consider and debate. For example, one of the things on your agenda for today is additional tiers of certification, and whether that is something that you would or would not want to see in a sunset report is really a matter before the board. So I can't really comment on that because I don't have direction from the board on that issue.
Are there further questions for Amos or for council? Well, we have a couple of choices. One is to authorize the chair and vice chair to submit a draft sunset review in a timely fashion. The other, which may have some appeal, would be to have 2 officers and 3 directors create a committee to assemble ideas and plans for a draft. And my question then is, how in the world can we plan and notice, because having a committee of that size requires 10-day notice, between December 23rd and January 3rd or thereabouts, because of various factors affecting getting everybody together for that kind of a discussion in that short a time span really leaves plan A. And I will entertain a motion to authorize myself and the vice chair to oversee the completion of the sunset draft. Bernadette.
Building on what Amos has suggested, I would like to make a motion that would designate the chair as and another director of the chair's choice to review the final draft of the sunset review and to submit it to the legislature, along with the requirement that their final draft be submitted to the board, if possible, 5 days before the January 6th deadline, only for the purposes of allowing many eyes to look and see if there are any factual errors that need to be addressed.
Can I just make a suggestion? So currently, the deadline is January 6th. The legislature has the ability to shift it. So you may want to consider adjusting the timeline, maybe 4 days or 5 days before it gets submitted, because
I will
right now-
accept
right
that
now-
as a friendly amendment if
It might be safer to make your motion without date specific, just for that reason. Yeah. good.
yeah, I think you are capturing the general concept of what I want to do is just have like.
So your motion is to appoint the chair and a person of his designation to conduct the review and report back. Is that-
And I'd like to specify that the other person be a director on the board.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And so you have that motion, Charlotte?
Mark,
I'll
is it okay-
second.
Is it okay, Mark, for me to make any comment on this?
Oh, please. Yes.
I, as the person who will be the one drafting this report, we have a very short timeline. We have been put in this position where this has to get done within a 2 to 3 month time span instead of the normal 9-month time span. And I find it just personally a bit difficult if I have to provide a report to the board on January 1st.
I don't think you've had a bigger challenge. And I
Well,
agree.
I'm just saying, please, if everyone could be mindful that there's a human here who needs to engage in a lot of other tasks for the organization at exactly the same time. And Mark, I'm not sure I'm not making a motion. It's not appropriate for me to, but my hope and thought was that if there's a way to be providing pieces of the report to whoever would be reviewing it in a manner that I could, so that review could be provided and then pieces could be, brought back, and if there are edits or changes. But you're basically moving the date up by 4 or 5 days on a very short time during the holidays. It's quite difficult. And I just want to get that out there.
Thank you.
Mark, this is Jill.
Just a second, Jill. We'll bear that in mind, Allison. It's really critical. So many things going on at once. We'll certainly take into consideration your time constraints. Yes, Jill, and then Christine.
Just wondering if you could take a quick break.
Thank you for your patience.
Recording in progress.
Are we fully operational, Mike? And Jordan? We're fully up. Okay. I'll call on Bernadette, if you're ready, to help us move this along.
Thank you. I would like to redact my earlier motion and replace it with a new motion, if I may do so.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I would, after consideration of the constraints of Bagley-Keene and the Open Meetings Act and the time limitations that we have, I would like to make a motion that the board authorize the chair to approve and submit the final draft of the CAMTC Sunset Review Report for 2024, with the limitation that only suggested technical changes may be included in the report.
Thank you. I'll entertain a second.
Stephanie Powell, second.
Thank you, Stephanie Powell. It's been moved and seconded to appoint
Can I
the
ask a
chair.
question?
And I'm going to open for comments. and
I'm just
questions.
confused at what technical changes mean. Like to what? Meaning that the chair can only make technical changes that he has seen from the staff?
I can help. I can help.
Almost can help.
So earlier, Allison discussed that in the last sunset review, we're talking about the section where we're being asked, what do you recommend, any suggestions, right? So Allison mentioned that there are like technical changes that were requested last time and they were not implemented. So I believe what Bernadette is saying is that the chair will be authorized to sign off on the report as long as under that section, the chair doesn't wake up and say, hey, I want some major changes and I want 4 tiers and exam and things
And a
of
company-
substantive nature
company
that really
car.
needs to go to the board. Correct?
Yes.
Do you have any comments on that, Allison?
No, I think that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
So the motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Comments? Chief Gonzalez?
Point of clarification, Bernadette, you're removing a second person from this process? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and the reason why is because under the Open Meetings Act, as we've learned over the past year, if we have 2 people, then it becomes a subject to having to have 10 days notice, having to be a public meeting. And that's why I pointed out the time constraint. And so.
Okay, can we have legal confirm it's 2 people or is it more than 2?
I think it precedent established that 2 people constitute a committee requiring notice.
I think Jill wants to make a comment if she can be unmuted.
Go ahead, Jill.
Hi, the assessment here is very complicated. Can we just say that sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't?
That doesn't sound like legalese that I'm accustomed to.
It's not, because I can't provide detailed, attorney-client privilege information in an open session.
Understood.
So just to clarify, Chief, what you asked, it can be more than 1 person, but I don't think it could be 2 board members.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not it, Amos.
No? Oh, okay, I guess I tried.
Did you have anything further to add to that, Jill?
No, just that I think Bernadette's motion is appropriate as she made it, other than I was muted. I keep having a problem, by the way, I'm muted and I can't unmute myself. So I was trying to jump in when somebody asked, because I had the same exact question in the motion, which is, what does technical amendments mean? And Allison and the chair would need that very specifically defined, I think.
Could you give us some examples of what might be pending technical changes, Allison?
Yeah, and let me just help with some language. I think to further clarify, what we're talking about would be with the caveat that only technical changes to the law would be requested in the sunset report.
Thank you.
So for example, some of the issues just have to do with clarifying existing language to make sure that it's more specific to address the issues that we need.
So it's not procedural, it's just how the law is executed and interpreted.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I can talk about is there's provision in the law where it allows for us to get DOJ fingerprint background checks, and CMTC has the authority in the law to get fingerprint background check information both from state level convictions from the DOJ and federal level convictions that also come through the DOJ. And there's been some discussion in recent years that the language in the statute might need to be updated because the FBI, while they previously accepted the language that we had, now is requiring or requesting different language. So it's just highly technical. It's basically that change would just be in order to meet the FBI, their own requirement that we would need to have particular language in our law.
Thank you, Allison.
That kind of stuff.
Jennifer, does that clarify things a little?
I'm gonna just proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christy?
Just a question on, have we considered asking for an extension on the submission of our sunset report? This is obviously a very tiny timeline for a very large report. And then maybe we could have had a full board meeting. I'm personally uncomfortable not seeing a report going to the legislature as a member, but
So the answer is yes. We have considered it, and we actually at this point scheduled to have a conversation with legislative staff on a couple of several issues, but that's going to be one of them on Monday. So, but as you know, it is their decision. You know, we're definitely going to ask for it.
And that's about all we can do is request for more time, right? Okay. More will be known on Tuesday. Any other comments on this issue? Okay.
Can the motion be repeated one more time?
Yes, Charlotte?
Okay, what I have is motion that the board authorize the chair to approve and submit the final draft of the CMTC sunset report with the limitation of only suggested technical changes may be obtained in the report. Is that
Everybody,
good?
everybody
Bernadette?
clear on that language? Okay.
Yeah.
Before we go.
Can I finesse that? Can I finesse that just a little bit? That
Yes.
last part, that
Sure,
only
Jill.
technical changes will be requested. Technical changes to the law will be requested in the report. Allison, is that a little bit more precise?
Yeah, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about technical changes to the law, not to any other part of the program.
Right.
And for those listening, that means the enabling law that allows CMTC, that brought CMTC into existence. Okay. Any further comments from the board? Is there public comment on this motion? Public comment online or in person? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote.
I think we need to second the motion, and I will do so.
Oh, we had a second. Thank you. Oh, she got it. You got a second. Yeah, Stephanie seconded the motion.
Okay, I have Marie and Stephanie.
Yes.
Thank you. Mark Dixon?
Yes.
Jeff Foreman?
Yes.
Sarah Fraser?
Yes.
Andrew Gersten?
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez?
No.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Sofer,
Yes.
and Christy Underwood.
No.
Motion passes. Well, thank you, board. I wouldn't take this on if I didn't have the support of council and some extremely competent staff to help move this forward. We're under a tremendous time crunch, and it's a matter with a lot of moving parts, and I will value all the support I receive during this process. Bernadette.
I was wondering if we were supposed to take an action on item 7, or if we just made it into a discussion item.
It was, as far as I understood and was concerned, it was a discussion item to bring us up to speed. There's far more involved now than making, and especially at this time, making a recommendation for a requirement of an assessment exam wouldn't be prudent or appropriate going into sunset.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that that motion carries. Now, next item we're going to move to is item 10, policies and procedures for evaluation of out-of-country education. Is that something we should ask Joe Bob to handle or yourself?
Do you want me to do it? You want to do it? Go ahead.
Joe Bob Smith, our Director of Educational Standards, will handle that one.
So just to recap especially for new board members, so up until January 1st of 2023, the law did not allow for CMTC to accept out-of-country education. And then the law changed. And so as of January the 1st, 2023, we could, the board, we put together new policies and procedures. And so that's then what you will find on page 68 is the policies and procedures that were come up with. And so originally, when the policies and procedures were first passed, it was just for countries in North America, because CMTC the board didn't want to just jump in and just open it up to however many countries in the world there are and billions of people and say, just come on. And so it was North America. And then in March at the board meeting, the board added Brazil, Thailand, and the United Kingdom, because those were the ones that we had received the most inquiries from. And by the most, we're talking single digit numbers. And so now then I have gone and so now this has been in place. I think our first people were certified a year ago in December of last year. So it took about 11 months to get it up and running, which was great because it's sort of a two-pronged system that requires applicants to submit to an evaluation agency, which is not uncommon for anybody going to work or going to another university or something with out-of-country education. That's a very common occurrence. The other step is that they must attend an approved out-of-country supplement program of a minimum of 50 hours. And so we had to get a school on board with that and get that approved. And then they had to attend that. That actually, Katie Mickey, who spoke earlier from Santa Barbara, that's our one approved program at this point. So now then this has been in place for about a year, and it's been opened up to all the countries of North America, plus Brazil, Thailand, and the United Kingdom. And so I went through all of the data and counted up the number of people we have certified. And after an exhaustive mathematical equation, I arrived at 3. So they are not, Katie's actually had 8 that have completed the course, but for some reason we only have 3 that have come through there. So, which happens, but, and more certainly may be coming on people's timeline. We did find that a lot of the inquiries that we're getting are people who have not yet moved to California or are in the process of it, or just not quite where they want to be, I guess, in order to apply, in order to start working. I think that's also been one of the reasons that we've received a lot more inquiries than Katie's received. And of course, we just have one approved school at this point. I know some other schools are interested. One school has recently submitted an application, and we're working with them on that. So I think more schools will come. But I think it's safe to say at this point that we're not overwhelming the system. And so I think at this point, I think we could go ahead and open it up and remove any country designations. And at least we have looked at the system. The system appears to be working, and we will do it. We did put in there in my memo at the discretion of the CEO. So should the bandwidth not be there for it, then the CEO would have discretion on when we start this, or if we needed to pause or take a step back or something for a moment, if all of a sudden it shot out of control. But nothing in the past year has indicated that that would be the case.
Thank you, Joe Bob. So are you needing a motion to proceed, or is it fully the discretion of the CEO as to?
A board member would need to make a motion to approve. They start on page 70, the amended, the proposed amendments to the policies and procedures for evaluation of out-of-country education.
Yes, thank you. Page 70, we need a motion to approve those proposed changes. Amos has a question.
I'd like just to add a comment. So we did look at our bandwidth, a discussion with John as far as operations. And of course, we're always concerned because we always want to make sure that the system is operating efficiently, and we feel comfortable enough to take this big jump. I do recommend for the board to adopt it to give some piece of background. This is something which is very, very important to the legislature, especially Senate Business and Profession Committee really made a very big point of it last time, that they really want to see that implemented. So I think since we do have the capacity to do that, I do recommend the board to approve it. And again, if there will be an issue, we will have the discretion to be able to put a pause on it if some unexpected situation comes up.
Christy.
Quick question. I think you said this, Joe Bob, there's like some safeguards in place for fraudulent documents that come from other countries.
We hope. So that's the reason that the board adopted sort of the two steps, is so they have to go to one of these evaluation agencies, which their job is to determine several things, one of which is that it's coming from a legitimate school in whatever country, and that it would meet the requirements, that school is properly approved. And it's interesting, even in the three that we've had, one of the ones recently, we've had a debate on that, because of course, just as even within California and the US, the terms approved, accredited, registered, all of that is very different. And so then imagine once you get out to other countries, what their terms are for that. But basically legally able to operate and legally able to become a massage therapist in that country is what we're looking for, despite whatever the term is. So that's part of that. And then the reason that the board put in there part of the reason that the board put in there for the supplement program was just that, was to see, does this person appear to have the education that's on the transcript? So because potentially you could find that information and get it forged. We've certainly even seen it here, even with California schools, where somebody will get a copy of a transcript from an approved school, completely forge it, try to send it in and submit it. And hopefully, at least most of the time we catch it. We certainly have caught a number over the years. So that's kind of the idea. They actually present themselves, have to do body work at this program. And so they can see, is this somebody that's familiar with this body work, with doing massage on people? Does it appear, they obviously can't test them for all of the hours that they've taken, but does it appear that this person has done this? Okay. And then the other half of the 50 hours is body work. The other half is the business and ethics. So even if someone had been to another country where maybe draping wasn't as strict, or maybe maybe they were allowed to do certain things here, we talk about manipulation of soft tissue, maybe they're able to do certain sort of things that they would not be allowed to do here. They're covered in the business and ethics so that they get to know California business and ethics. So hopefully that was sort of the two systems to try to catch fraudulent education.
Thank you.
Because that's a big concern.
Bernadette.
So Joe Bob, of the three who have been certified, are any of them from Thailand?
No, not yet. I believe there's only been one has come through the program, completed yet, or just completed at this point. Just one, and we've not gotten any information on that as well. Some of the other issues that have come up is people don't always come with 500 hours of education from another country. So they want to use, 200, 250 hours of education. They want to know if that's sort of like good or not. They come and they take the supplemental course, and then they still have to have another, 200 hours or something that they still have to complete at an approved school. So that sometimes has slowed down the process for applicants as well.
So that's out of those 8, or you haven't, we haven't actually had 8 applicants. You just know.
No, Katie has, because Katie has the only, so right now it's very easy to know the information. I can go to Katie. So we have one program that is offering this approved supplement program. She's had 8 students go through this program. We've only had 3. I think there was a 4th one recently that applied but hasn't been certified. We've only had 3 so far that have been certified.
And so are any of them, is English is a second language for them?
Well, that's not something that we will ask them on the application. That would be a question for Katie, and her program is only in English. So as with any school that teaches, they have to be able to learn in the language that the program's being taught. So whether English is a second language or not, I don't know, and she might be able to tell you, but they would have to be proficient enough in English in order to successfully complete that supplement program.
Okay, and so I have a follow-up question. I'm really concerned about our largest cohort of applicants that have another language, where English is the second language, is Chinese speakers, and we've estimated that that's about 10% of the applicants. If we actually had 200 to 300 Chinese speaking applicants who wanted to submit education from out of country, would we have the bandwidth for that?
Well, there's several complications with that. If they so if they're proficient, they could go to a school like Katie's, if not one of the schools that has that is approved or would have to get approved to teach in another language. But if 300 new transcripts showed up on the door tomorrow, it would certainly take a lot of bandwidth. We'd have to look at that, but that's really not how, because they have to go through the process of going through one of these programs. They have to submit to one of these evaluation agencies. So even if 300 decided to, of anywhere from Thailand or any country, Brazil, anywhere, decided to just all show up one day and apply, it would be tough for that to happen, because they would have to filter through these processes. And for example, right now with only one school, even if we get up to 2 or 3 or whatever, I mean, those classrooms are only going to have so much capacity. The process itself would sort of slow that down so that it wouldn't just be a flood coming in our front door.
Are there any further questions for Joe Bob or for the staff? Okay, we need a motion to approve these policies and
I can make-
procedures.
I'll make that motion to approve the policies as set forth in our packet.
Thank you. Motion made by Christie,
Second the motion.
seconded by Sarah. Any further debate? And public comment?
So this question I have.
You need to turn your mic on.
All right, great. Thank you. So the question that I have regarding the policies and procedures here has to do with students who come.
Actually, at this point, we're accepting comments, but not questions. This is
Oh.
not a question and answer session now. This is your
Okay.
comments on the motion.
Right. So my comment is item 2 on the last page of this has a challenging aspect to it. If we're allowing people in with less than a 500-hour certification. If we're allowing people in with a much shorter amount of training, then I, as a school owner, have a harder time saying that that's equivalent to somebody who's been trained with 500 hours.
Thank you. The board will consider your comments. Anyone else wish to comment on this matter of the changes to policies and procedures for evaluation of out-of-country education?
Yeah, I personally don't like the idea of outside our country education. We have people here from other countries that are going to our schools here in California that are not being processed. So you guys don't have the bandwidth to do your job on the ones here in California, let alone out in another country.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public in person or online? We have anybody waiting, Jordan?
No comments online.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote then. Oh, Bernadette.
Your microphone.
On page 73, shouldn't out-of-country North American schools, shouldn't it just be out-of-country schools? Okay.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
we didn't catch that. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So that closes debate. Now we'll call for a vote.
Mark Dixon,
Yes?
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Frazier,
Yes.
Andrew Garston,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
No.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
and Christie Underwood.
Yes.
And that motion carries. That being said, we will take a recess for lunch. Meeting is now in recess. Please stop the recording, Jordan, and we'll be back. Okay, great. You're muted, but I see your lips moving.
Recording in progress.
And the recording is started, yes?
Yes, I just started it.
Thank you. So we'll reconvene now. And we'll move into item number 10 on page 74, the Chief Financial Officer's report. And she being absent.
So correct. So we're finding ourselves in a something that we've never had before, that we had a board meeting without a treasurer's report, because a long-standing treasurer step off the board in the last board meeting.
I'll ask for the audience to let the meeting proceed. Thank you. We had almost.
So we requested our chief financial officer to put a report together, which you have it over here. You probably can recognize the format. It looks very similar in format to the incredible work that our previous treasurer has been providing the board over the years, Michael Marylander. And so it's following this the same format. I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge not only his service, but also his willingness to assist transitioning Jennifer, our CFO, into reporting what you have over here. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today. Matter of fact, she was at LAX and then she had to jump on a flight. So she couldn't be here. So I'm presenting it to the board. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer. If not, I can respond to you in case we need to take a deep dive into something. But the bottom line is in the conclusion that based on everything you see here, CMTC's financial position is strong. And the organization is actually at this point is more fiscally sound than it ever been since we started in 2015. Any questions about the CFO report?
Bernadette?
In terms of the rate of recertifications, I'm looking at page 76. It's like at our last meeting, it seemed like the rate was closer to like the 93%. Is this 83% decline just something that's been in the last few months?
Yes. So, and I think if I remember correctly, my budget also, I think, called for estimating 83%. So we are looking, I think that's was based on, give me a second here. I believe it's based on the September figure. So we look at the cumulative recertification rate, the trailing 12 months of when the report is being prepared. So we look at 12 months. So that would be what, October through September this year, and we average it, and this is where we are. So we are pretty much reporting that that's what we're looking at right now, 83%.
Okay, so that, yeah, so we don't know if that's just a blip, maybe, or it is an actual trend.
We really don't. That's what I also saw in the October numbers. This report is based on September.
Right.
But the reason, by the way, it is that we'll see what Jennifer's going to do in the future. But Michael Maryland, they always like to stick to the same parameters. So we compare apples to apples to apples, going like 2-3 years. So 83% is kind of what I saw also in October.
Okay.
Not for the months of October, but for the, for the cumulative.
The trend for the.
That is a fresh number I can give you.
Okay.
Are there
which is, by the way, I just like to make a comment speaking about that. When CMTC was we were first established, and I had to kind of make an educated guess, considering the fact it's voluntary certification, and the history of 30-40 years in the industry. What I've seen, the fact that I've was massage therapist really stay in the profession maybe for 7 years. My guess at that time was if we get 2/3 recertification, like 2 out of 3, we're lucky. We would be in good shape. So I'm still pleasantly surprised that it is high, it has been. So just I think it is a kind of a testament that people do find they have a reason to recertify, that it is as high as it is.
Any further questions for the CEO on our financial status? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, which fits right in, the dovetails, the proposed budget. Item number 12 And you're on page 83 of your board book.
So what I'm presenting the board here is a, proposed budget for 2025. You can see that based on the board's requests, we provided more information in the notes. In the past, we kind of assumed people knew, and so since we have new board members, we added more information, for example, on the way the revenues work. That we are following accounting procedures of deploying revenue recognition. So there is a policy that the board adopted quite some time ago on how do we recognize the fees into income. They don't 100% of it get recognized on the first months because clearly the certification is for 2 years, so it needs to be stretched. There are a lot of different approaches. That is what the board adopted, and we've been using in the last several years. And other, substantive or critical things that we wanted to point out to the board. Also, they are in the notes. The proposed budget is compared to the not to the actual, but what I call an anticipated actual for 2024. The plus of reviewing and approving a budget toward the end of the year, it really gives us a chance to look at the last 10 months actual and apply on top of it November and December expected. So that's how we derived what we anticipate to end the year. But it's not 100%. That's kind of what we're projecting. And the assumptions on the revenue side, something I'd like to point out, is every year when we do the budget, there's an opportunity for us to review, of course, the assumption, including the fees. And we always look for opportunities, if we can, to make sure that the fees are reasonable and reasonably related to the cost of providing the services. When you identify opportunity to change it, we point it out to the board, whether it needs to be raised or need to be lowered. This particular case, I'm proposing to lower a fee, and that is on page 86. So you look at the area which is highlighted in green, you see above it, there are two other lines. One says late fee, and late fee. So the way CMTC late fees are structured, it's like a 3-tier process. If the person is just 10 days late, there's one fee. If it's 20 days late, it's a different fee. If they're more than 30 days, there's another fee. So in the past, all of these fees were higher, and staff recommended to the board in the past to lower it, and we did lower it. This time, I'm coming back to the board with a recommendation to lower one of them. We think that it is possible to lower the over 30 days from $120 to $95. What does it mean? I mean, of course, we always like to do things as affordable as possible. But of course, the flip side of it, that'll take, we're going to take a hit on the budget. And we estimate that that'll cost CMTC $46,000 a year by lowering that fee. Based on the budget that I'm presenting, which is a balanced budget with a projected cash reserve by the end of the year of 6 months of operating expenses, I feel comfortable enough to recommend to the board to adopt this lower fee. That's the budget. I can answer questions, or somebody want to make
Bernadette has a burning question.
So picking up what you were just talking about with the late recertification fees, when it says that, like, if somebody's certificate expired before October 1st, 2021, for example, and it's saying that the proposed fee is $300, and then the late fee for 30 days or more would be $95. Does that mean that that person would pay $395 to recertify?
If they're more than 30 days late for recertification, correct.
Okay, and then if somebody, so it's like basically to recertify, they're paying the current recertification rate, except for the folks that expired between October the 1st, 2021 and 2023. They're still paying $200, so they would pay $294, and everybody else who had was expired more than 30 days would pay $395. Is that the way it works?
That's, it's been a while since we've done that other change, but from my recollection, that's correct. That's the way it works. So the change in certification fee was not based on when they paid, was when they expired.
Right. Yeah. So so it looks like we're being very generous to people that, I mean, almost inadvertently, it's almost like we're incentivizing recertifying late rather than on time.
Well, it's for the legacy people.
Okay.
The thing is, it is very, the reason why the board took that approach to base the change in the fee based on the time that they got expired, not when the time they actually send the application, it makes it very, very cumbersome and very complicated to go and execute it in the latter way. This way, you're correct. It's almost like create like a loophole. The reality is, I think at this point, most people, so we're talking about so many years in the past, at this point, it makes no difference. So because the new fee is already in place, but it means that if they didn't recertify then, yeah, they still pay the older fee.
Okay, and I do have another question.
Yeah.
So, I'm going back to the beginning of the budget where, I appreciate the explanation of what the assumptions are. I actually think, according to my calculations, the proposed budget revenue amount that we would get from new certification fees, which is around $850,000, that's actually closer to assuming that we would get 270 new applications a month rather than 300, because at 300 a month, it would be more like 950. So, this actually gives us plenty of room if we assume that 270 is a fairly conservative figure in terms of the number of new applications that we might expect. And so we could probably anticipate that even if we get a little bit more, like 290 or something, we're going to have more revenue in that category.
Quick question for you. Are you taking into account the revenue recognition, or are you basing it multiplied by $300?
No, I'm not multiplying it by $300. I'm actually I was looking at the revenue recognition model, and so of 88% of the 300. I mean, I know it says 91, but because isn't that including the carry on for the 12 months?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so the figure that I was using was actually, I'm rounding it off, but I'm just using the straight revenue model. And so, yeah,
So the whole revenue recognition algorithm, it's quite complex and it's pretty massive when you look at that. And if you think that that number may be off, we definitely can run it through the algorithm again That is what something Jennifer does, and if there is an error here.
No, I think the error may not be the number. I think what the error may be is that instead of, the error may be assuming 300 per month when it actually should be more like 270 per month. It's not the algorithm. It's just that.
I was basing it on the assumption of 300.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you came up with something like 850,000?
That's so.
I think that's too low.
Okay, we can run the number again.
I mean, it's actually really great because it would give us an extra $100,000, which would like double our net revenue, our projected net revenue. But
As in, I mean, and this is the sort of thing, if you see things like this, you have questions about prior to the board meeting, I always encourage you to shoot me an email, say, hey, is that, can you explain that number? Okay. If I communicate with one board member prior to the board meeting, it's not a violation of Open Meeting Act or anything like that. I cannot talk to a quorum of the board, but this is the sort of thing that I could do easily. You can run again, and I'll be happy to run it again and run it by Jennifer and update the board next board meeting.
honestly, I just thought you probably had enough, things you were juggling before the board meeting, and I didn't want to like pile.
Board members comes first.
Okay.
Christie.
I had a question. I thought at one of our last meetings, we were looking to hire a COO. Did we drop that out of there?
For this coming year, we are, because everything which is going to keep us very occupied, that went on the shelf. That being said, there's also a certain amount which is earmarked to miscellaneous contingencies. If we mid-year finding us a situation where we feel it prudent to pursue that, it'll absolutely be something we're going to pursue because it is something very important. Excellent question. Thanks.
Chief Gonzalez.
Back to page 86 with your proposed fee schedule. Are we at a point now where we can remove the line that Bernadette brought up about the 2 years recertification that's expired between October 1st, 2021 and March 31st, 2023? Have all those people gotten caught up to the point where we no longer have to even have that as a point for proposed fees and we can remove it and eliminate some of the confusion?
So I'm not exactly sure we can even discuss it because anytime the board discuss changes to the certification fee, we have to notify the public at least 90 days in advance. There's a whole procedure for that the board
Right,
goes
I'm happy
through.
to jump through the hoops. I'm just asking, are we at that point? Like, I don't know who's still out of certification, so I don't know. Do you have anyone in that category, or is that something for future board decision to be made?
Well, there is always a certain percentage of people that don't recertify and they will never get it recertified again. They're done. Okay. So, if you're asking for me to come back to the board and there's no way for us to anticipate how many people who have not recertified will recertify.
Okay.
Okay. Because this is a profession that people retire.
It's kind of like what you're saying. We've got to leave that door open since March 31st, 2023, which would expire 2 years in 2025.
I mean, that issue need to be revisited, but it is something that we will need to run by operation and also take a look at our database system, the way it calculates those things. It just create a whole complexities if we want to change it from based on expiration date than based on when the person actually apply. So we can look into that if you would like and bring it back to the board.
So
Christie.
just to clarify, if I had a certification and I expired in, on October 2021 and hadn't renewed, I could still recertified. I could still recertify today.
Yes,
You don't have to like start over.
correct. So in the past, the board, we have a little quick history lesson here. I think initially had like, I don't know, like 90 days recertification requirement. People had to recertify like in 90 days. And then, and if they don't, it get purged and they have to start all over again. Then the board became more generous with extending the timeline. And it was moved, I believe, to 180 days. And then during COVID, the board recognized that there are many people, people are not working. There's no reason to force somebody to go to recertify when they have no idea when they will ever go back to work. So what the board did, they waived it altogether and said, look, you recertify when you think that you're ready to recertify based on your own decisions. When, COVID was behind us, the board decided to maintain that position that we call it recertify forever. So that means that you can recertify, doesn't matter how many days you're late.
And at that time, did the board have discussions about perishable skills and concerns of people going for an extended period of time without practicing to maintain their skill set for, again, protecting the public, right? This is where I'm trying to look at it from
Of course.
I understand that the pandemic caused some challenges, specifically fiscal challenges with individuals, especially in this profession. But if we are trying to elevate the profession and we're trying to protect the public and we're allowing somebody with perishable skills to then decide to take an exodus for 10 years is potential, is that an issue that we need to be worried about from the certification standpoint?
From what I recall, there was a concern like this was raised when the discussion was happening. And by all means, the board can put on the agenda in the future and reassess that policy of not doing away with recertify forever. So, and have a substantive discussion about that. But it was discussed and can be discussed again.
Any further questions on the budget? The chair will entertain a motion to approve this budget for 2024-25.
I'll move that motion.
Moved by Mr. Garston,
I second.
seconded by Ms. Harmon. And moved and seconded to approve this budget. Any further debate? Any public comment? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote.
Point of clarification, please.
Yes.
Is the motion to include approval of the amended fee schedule?
The budget as written. Yes, do you want to specify that, Maker?
No, the motion is to adopt the budget as presented.
Thank you.
So, but to be clear, as presented, that means including. the fee
Includes the fee change. Understood.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Should we vote on this specific before we vote on everything?
It's not necessary. If you
Not
vote on
necessary?
everything, yeah.
It's been submitted with the revision included. It didn't come up during the meeting.
Okay.
It was printed and reviewed by the board. So it's not necessary to have it as a second item.
Okay.
Because as presented, pretty much covers that. Yes, Sarah?
I just have a point of clarity as well. If we wanted to discuss the fees at the next board meeting so that it could go onto the agenda meeting.
Should be in the agenda, right?
Got it.
Thank you. So let's take a vote. Cheryl?
Mark Dixon.
Yes?
Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Andrew Gersten,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez.
Yes.
Terry Harmon,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray. Stephanie Powell.
Yes.
Martha Stoffer.
Yes.
And Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Motion carries. Next item is number 12 on the agenda, no, number 13 on the agenda. Public comments regarding issues not on this agenda. If you, as a member of the public, wish to make comments on items not on the agenda, please line up at the microphone and we'll be happy to entertain your comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Patricia Kluwer and my CAMTC ID is 167813. I submitted my application online November 29th, 2023. It has now been over a year that my certification is being wrongfully withheld by the CMATC. After numerous phone calls, emails, with no answers to my questions as to why my certification is being withheld and what does any of this have to do with me, I still have 0 responses from you, no answers and no certification. This is now my 4th board meeting, and after speaking in front of you twice, my questions are still unanswered, and the issue of processing student certifications is being ignored. Ironically, while I was attending day 2 of the last board meeting, 2 months ago, there was a court order stating that CAMTC is to end its investigation into A to Z Health Massage School, remove under investigation from your website, and issue certificates to all A to Z graduates who have completed the program. I politely came to you, Amos and Mark, at the lunch break that day to inform you of the new turn of events. And Amos, your response was, we are well aware. And I asked you then to please call the powers that be and give them my name and to please process my application and issue my certification. You said that you would do your best and see what you could do. Then a few moments later said it really doesn't quite work that way. And I told you that I'm going to remain hopeful that the right thing will be done. The 2 times that I have met you, Santa Monica and in Long Beach, you expressed how you wish there was something that you could do and how we deserve our certification. Well, a judge is giving you that opportunity. And truthfully, I don't feel that you need him to tell you what to do. You are the CEO and one of the founders of CMATC. If you truly cared about doing the right thing, you would have done it already. Actions speak louder than words. Yet you all choose to hide behind phone lines, computer screens. I would like to request 1 more minute to finish what I have written. Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
I'll make that motion.
We'll need to take a vote. This is a motion for 1 additional minute. And we'll have Charlotte take a vote.
Mark Dixon.
Yes.
Jeff Foreman. You said yes.
Did you catch that?
You said
No, I
yes.
didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Dr. Foreman, was that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Sarah Fraser.
Yes.
Andrew Gersten.
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez.
Yes.
Terry Herman.
Yes.
Bernadette Murray.
Yes.
Stephanie Powell.
Yes.
Martha Stoffer.
Yes.
And Christy Underwood.
Yes.
Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yet you all choose to hide behind phone lines, computer screens, and even here in public, you just have to listen or pretend to listen to public comments for 2 minutes. There's no addressing us or answering our questions here either. You have no one to answer to except yourselves, no one to hold you accountable for your actions. You even ignore the judge's ruling, and you continue to ignore hundreds of students who are being affected by your decision to play God, mess with people's lives and livelihood. In this past year, I have been denied the opportunity and continue to be denied the opportunity to serve people who want and need my skills and services as a massage therapist. Conservatively, I have lost out on over $150,000 worth of income. There's a saying that something smells rotten in Denmark, and I truly believe that to be the case with CMATC. Thankfully, there is one judge who knows all, sees all, and that we will all be held accountable for our thoughts, deeds, and actions. The truth will always prevail. I am respectfully asking CMATC to process my application and issue my certification immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for your time. My name is Mackenzie Franklin. I'm newer to the practice of massage therapy, but I'm not new to the study of human bodies. I've been a professional dancer for over 25 years. I graduated from Loyola Marymount just down the street with a degree in dance. I studied kinesiology, and I'm here just to give a face and show you how deeply I care about human bodies and how important I believe the practice of massage therapy is. I believe that it will truly change the world. I am also a graduate of A to Z, and although just graduating 4 months ago, I am also growing a little impatient. I believe in the education that I received. I believe in the teachers that I had. I believe that our education is valuable and the process that we went through has merit. Our hearing that was scheduled yesterday has been rescheduled for 6 days from now. And I simply ask and implore you to reconsider your decision to hold the 200 students who are waiting, maybe more at this point, who are waiting for certification to join a field that we believe will change the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Zubzik. I'm here again to plead my case in regards to my certification. I again here stand before you, before this board, and asking you why. Why haven't you looked into our cases individually and started sending out our certifications? Are we all not being discriminated against? First, the students whose English is not their first language. And now CMTC is also discriminating against the American-born English-speaking students. At the last board meeting, I was listening to a few on this very board speak about the good deeds your organization does. Is that not what you all want CMTC to stand for? The good? How can this be so if you are ruining the lives of innocent people? CMTC is stopping the people who are doing wrong, but holding back the people who truly care and have done everything you've asked us to do. We have done everything, our schooling, we've paid your fees, everything. And yet we are still being denied what we have worked so hard for and what we deserve. Some of us left jobs to start this new career. We rely on the certification to survive. Most of us have needed to take on 2 jobs to make ends meet. Some of us have children and are single parents, some now in debt. Not to mention the 200 or so students who have paid you the fees over a year ago. I have met a lot of the students and have gotten to know their stories. I've met a lot of them. And they're truly inspirational people. They're such good people. The struggles we have all been going through the past year because of the injustice of this organization. My heart truly goes out to all of the people that are affected by this. I ask you all, are you going to allow your power here to do good in this world, or are you going to use it in unethical and unjust ways? That's your power. You have the power here.
Thank you for your comment. Your time.
I have
expired.
just 5 more seconds, please. I'm almost done. 1 more paragraph. Is that okay?
5 seconds. Go ahead.
I ask you again to please do the right thing. I do believe some of you on this board know that this is wrong. For the ones who do not think this is wrong, I truly believe your seat on this board should be given to others who will lead in righteous ways.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Giovanna Costa, and I am a student at A to Z, Santa Monica. And I did not prepare any paper to talk to you guys, but I came here to share my story about my journey in the school I started my class in 2021 after giving so many care to my occupation. I am a doula. I'm a birth doula and postpartum doula. And as a person that support others, I've been doing well to the community. And I decided to study school as an option for support in general for my clients. It took me 3 years to finish my class because the nature of my job, I work overnights, and overnights is really hard job to do and perform during the day. And I have a hard time with the school because the school was very strict to my hours, my scheduling, and I'm just saying, this school is real. They were amazing. They gave me opportunity. They gave me chances. And as a professional in my career, I made sure that I followed the rules and the schedules and the hours. So I can here humbly ask you guys to consider people like me, that is looking for another career, another opportunity to serve the community, to give us the certification. I did my 550 hours, plus I have to repeat a couple of classes just because I was watching my classes sometimes on my cell phone.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, and I
Time has
do
expired.
consider, thank you very much for you guys for listening to us. And I really would like you guys to consider 200 plus students that need to be certified
Thank
to
you
the
for
A to
coming
Z.
in
Thank you,
today.
guys.
I see no one at the microphone. Now I do.
Good afternoon. My name is Leela Drillings. Next month marks 2 years since CMTC placed A to Z under corrective action and took unprecedented measures against our school. Since then, A to Z had to stop enrollment in 2 out of its 3 locations and had to let go amazing staff members and educators. Sacramento Court granted 2 injunctions in favor of A to Z. After the first injunction, we were placed immediately under investigation. A to Z is the only school to receive an investigation letter with no explanation what we are being investigated for and what findings led to this action. This so-called investigation has lasted over a year, no progress, no end date, no opportunity for any due process. Even after a school injunction was granted nearly 2 months ago, ordering CMTC to end investigation and to certify graduate, CMTC refused to comply with the court order, holding our graduate hostage. As the court injunction states, CMTC has used the existing injunction as an excuse to let plaintiff languish in under investigation, purgatory until this case is resolved, thereby causing even more harm. The court also clarified that fair procedure requires that investigation must not last indefinitely without allowing plaintiff an opportunity to be heard. Joe Bob, you've stated in the school meeting that there is lack of therapists. You have 250 graduates eager to work, contribute to the community. Look at them. There are personal trainers, real estate agents, teachers, chefs, CNA, high school graduates, many of them single parents. But you continue to create baseless reason to delay or deny their certification. We are still waiting for this board to ask the tough question and investigate the abuse taking place within your organization. I need you to look into the denial letters our graduates receiving. Look into the details and the evidence. Thank you.
I see no one from the public waiting to speak. Is there anybody online with their hand raised?
There's no comments at this time.
Thank you, Jordan. That concludes public comments for items not on the agenda. We'll move now to the audit committee report, item 14. And there are no accompanying documents. Martha? Our audit committee chair, Martha, will continue.
So I want to propose to have the 2024 annual audit to recommend Harnick Schneider Inc. That was the one that did last time, the audit, to do this as soon as possible. Because we need to do that because of the sunset, how you say it, sunset review. So that would be something that I will recommend. I got about 600 pages for the 5-year review of the expenses. And so I need some more time for that to be able to review it. And also there is the Andrew that he was working with me out of committee, but he's going to be now the treasurer. So the audit committee will need to get someone else to work with me with this.
So are there questions before we ask for a vote to authorize this firm to conduct the audit? Bernadette?
One of my questions that I have is, and I'll admit that this is one time that I did not go back and look at the actual motion language in the minutes to see, because previously we had said that there would be a request for RFPs for a 1 to 3 year period. And I am thinking that we need to, we need to repeat that process coming up next year, if not this year. And so I don't mean to confuse the issue. I mean, I certainly support the recommendation of the audit chair in terms of having the same auditing firm that we had for the 2023 audit conduct the 2024 audit.
Yes.
But I just also wanted to look at the issue about if we need to make a motion now about authorizing the audit committee to develop a request for proposal to do bids for
the other part.
Yes.
The other 5 years.
Thank you.
Can I ask for clarification, Bernadette? Is that a separate issue from Martha's proposal to hire Damore Hamrick?
Well, the way that the agenda item is listed, it just says audit committee. So I thought technically it's a separate issue because Martha is just, my understanding is she's just proposing the firm to be hired to do the 2024 audit and income and information returns for 2024 is my understanding. Is that correct, Martha? Yeah. And yet at the same time, since the audit committee meets relatively infrequently, if we would need to authorize the audit committee as the board to move forward with developing a request for proposal. If that's
for future years or for the 2024?
No,
that's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, okay. It would be for 2025 through 2027 at least. Like,
okay, that's all I was getting at is that, and you could make a motion on that.
Okay.
But I think we should stick with just the motion to hire Damore Hamrick for the 2024 audit. And also, I would say that the law actually gives the audit committee the authority to negotiate the compensation for the auditor, but it's probably a good idea to just add that into the motion to hire Damore Hamrick and for Martha to have the authority to negotiate the compensation for that audit.
Any other questions? Jennifer?
Point of clarification, Chair, if you can clarify, do we need to make or council, look at the roof because I don't know where you are. The proposal, or I'm sorry, the motion, would it need to include authorizing the recommendation that you're making for the auditor and identifying another committee member? Are those two separate motions? How does that work?
That would be two separate motions.
Yeah. Well, wait, hang on. I think Martha appoints the other person.
That's right.
I don't know that that needs a motion. So I'm just trying to do one thing at a time, just separating them, Bernadette, not saying you shouldn't make a second motion about future years. That's all I'm trying to do, is just handle the motion on the floor, which is to hire Demore Hamrick for 2024. And I'm suggesting a friendly amendment, Martha, to say and to, and to confirm that the audit committee can negotiate Demore Hamrick's compensation.
Okay, we went very rapidly over something, and for the board, especially the new members, the usual creation of a committee involves board appointing a chair and the chair populating the committee. Just so that everybody's clear on that.
Yeah, we're jumping all over here. So if I may just kind of, let's just talk about one thing, and that is 2024. Okay? Other stuff we can discuss after you pass the motion about that.
Is there a motion?
There's not a motion yet. No. We need a
Okay.
motion to approve Demore Hamrick as the auditing firm.
Okay, I'll make that motion to, and to both approve the audit committee's recommendation to engage Demore Hamrick to conduct the 2024 audit, and to affirm that the audit committee has the authority to negotiate the compensation.
Second.
And it's
Perfect.
by Jennifer Gonzalez. Now the motion's made and seconded. Is there debate on whether to go ahead? I expected none. Is there public comment on this motion? Not hearing any. We'll ask for a vote. No? Oh, anybody online? To comment? No, I didn't see any hands up. All right. So call for a vote, please.
Mark Dixon?
Yes?
Jeff Foreman?
Yes.
Sarah Fraser?
Yes.
Andrew Garston?
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez?
Yes.
Terry Harmon?
Yes.
Bernadette Murray?
Yes.
Stephanie Powell?
Yes.
Martha Sofer?
Yes.
And Christie Underwood?
Yes.
Motion carries. I'm going to ask Ramos to take item 15, the Career Opportunity Program.
Point of order about the other motion. To authorize the audit committee to move forward with preparing a request for proposal for engagement of an audit firm for the period of 2025 through 2027.
Waiting for a second.
Second.
Seconded by Jennifer Gonzalez. Will you read that motion back once you have it inscribed there?
Motion to authorize the audit committee to move forward with preparing an RFP, engaging an audit firm for the period of 2025 through 2027.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
Any debate on that item? Hearing none. Anybody online wish to discuss that?
No comments.
Public comment? There is none. Please take a vote.
Mark Dixon?
Yes?
Jeff Foreman? Jeff Foreman?
You're muted, Jeff.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. Sarah Fraser?
Yes.
Andrew Garston?
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez?
Yes.
Terry Harmon?
Yes.
Bernadette Murray?
Yes.
Stephanie Powell?
Yes.
Martha Sofer?
Yes.
And Christie Underwood?
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion carries. We'll move now to item 15, CMTC Career Opportunity Program.
So the reason this went on the agenda to begin with, the reason why this item went on the agenda to begin with is the Career Opportunity Program, which I will describe to some of the newcomers what it is in a moment, was authorized by the board a couple of times with sunset dates. For some reason, I had it in my mind when we put it on the agenda that it was authorized again for limited time. But when I started to work on preparing the documentation, lo and behold, actually the board approved it in perpetuity. So there's really no reason for the board, unless the board want to initiate something, to renew it because it's already been authorized. So first of all, I'm not asking for a vote, okay? Just to explain to the board what it is, but it's a good opportunity to give a refresher for everybody what it is. So CMTC as a policy does not sell mailing lists. There are many stakeholders who would love to get a list of all our certificate holders. And nothing wrong with that, but it's a policy the board has. I believe that, so anyway, so that is something that the board is, we were very protective of the information of our certificate holders, so we do not in the business of selling mailing lists. Part of the issues that is very important to the legislature is workforce development. And to that end, the board has developed a mechanism to inform certificate holders of career opportunities which are being given by various businesses in the state where people can go and pursue career with that company. So we developed this whole mechanism, which I gotta admit, it's quite convoluted because we are being so protective of people's information. And that is a company that is wished to transmit that information to our certificate holders. They develop the message, CMTC review it, but then CMTC is the one that deploy the mechanism to get the message out there, whether it's done through a mailing house. So in the past, it was done by companies sending a postcard in a mail, different sizes or envelopes. But it is a CMTC mailing house that has a contract with CMTC and it has to comply with NDAs. So they have the information is not being released to other parties. And CMTC is getting paid by the company to recover the costs associated with deploying these kind of programs. So that is kind of something we've done in the past. It was done, I think, so far, I think 4 or 5 times. We did discuss in the last board meeting that because of the complex mechanisms involved in getting the message out there, but at the same time protecting people's information, we are not able to accommodate small requests. They need to be in a certain threshold. So, and that's also, by the way, it's not unusual for organizations or associations, for example, that do sell mailing lists. They have like a minimum of 5, for example, I think last time I checked, AMTA is a minimum of 5,000 names. They just don't sell 100 names, okay? So our mechanism give the companies who are interested in doing that, give them pretty much 2 different routes. One is just to send a message to all our certificate holders, or if they want to do it by zip code, they can do it by zip code, but then there's this different fee because there's more staff time involved in it. Slightly higher fee, and they're able to do it both through snail mail or do it electronically through a website that we administer. So that's what's is available. I recently heard from a company who gave me heads up that he would like to do something in January, February, and I said, let me know when. I did mention in the last board meeting that we are looking to pursue another avenue that does not require so much staff involvement, that will make it possible to put certificate holders and employers or companies that offer career opportunity together, maybe in a form of kind of a job board. So it's more passive. But this is something that we are also looking into. So this is just giving me an opportunity to update you about the subject. It is something that is important. It is something that the legislature care about because again, it's workforce development. And we are going to pursue it, continue with it. And once we have a different version, then we will come back to the board and update you about that. Any questions about that?
Jennifer?
Do we know what percentage of either current or former members that you would be using for mailing lists still have those current addresses? Do we know how many people? There's lots of movement with individuals. So do we know that's even a valid address? We're spending money shipping stuff off, and I get you're recouping the costs, but to do traditional US mail.
Yeah.
Do you know how many are being returned? Is that a concern that we should just move to a digital world and stop doing paper deliveries?
Yeah, so the last couple of times we've done it, it was all digital. The company that kind of gave me heads up, they actually do want to do regular mail. So two things about that. First of all, by law, certificate holders are required to update CMTC about the new address. I believe, Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, within 30 days. Yeah, okay, everybody's nodding. So within 30 days are required by law, by state law, to update us.
Sure.
So we update that. But then on top of it, most sophisticated mailing houses these days, and the one we use is very sophisticated, has the option of, before they actually do the mailing, to run the mailing list through verification by the US Post Office to make sure there's actually an address there. Sometimes there could be a wrong digit, so there's no house there. So the database of all the addresses in the United States are, forget the name of what you call that, but the mailing houses have that, and they run that check before they actually do that. It's an option for the companies to do it or not, because again, it doesn't come from us, it comes from them. Most of them prefer to do that. It's a few $100 that the mailing house charge to run it through that database to make sure it's a real address of current address. So it is an option. So we have kind of 2 layers process to try to identify to make sure that it is not, we're not wasting paper. Both by CMTC, the California state requirement, plus the mailing house to run it and to do address verification.
Okay.
Sarah?
I just have a question if there is any sort of conversation happening about like a job list that can be curated monthly or quarterly that could go out to certificate holders where employers could post their jobs on it, and it would go out to all certificate holders electronically or even posted on the website.
So that's what I was referring earlier about developing a job board.
Okay.
So it is, the more traditional job board that companies just go and they pay a smaller fee, and it's less complex. But what we heard from companies, by the way, excuse me, that have used jobs before and pay for it, they found that it is really, they're getting very little response. The system of actually pushing the information to the certificate holders to their either the mailbox or the inbox is more expensive, but apparently more effective.
What about to your approved schools?
I'm sorry?
What if the lists went to your approved schools?
That's a whole other discussion.
Okay.
That it is, the original policy when the board decided to do that several years ago, it was very focused on jobs, on career. If you want to do something that has to do with promoting educational opportunities for certificate holders, that's a different policy, and you can put in an agenda for future discussion.
Andrew had a question.
So just for the board's edification, Massage Envy has done this a couple times over the years. And it was not very cost effective. And then we pushed for digital, and I don't think that we've done digital. I don't think we've done that yet. And I can tell you as a marketing person that snail mail is passe, email is passe, and it's text messaging now. And so is CMTC collecting cell phone numbers from their applicants? Because that's probably the most effective way to communicate with your certificate holders in general anyway. So that's it.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Comment, not a question this time. From a protecting the public perspective, the public in this case would be the certificate holders that we maintain their personally identifying information. My stance would be to stay with not selling those lists, not sharing those lists, because it's in the world of digital doxing. I wouldn't want to see any responsibility come back to this entity because they got an address, a home, something like that. So to protect the public that are current membership, I would like to make.
Yeah, so just to be clear, even when we do it digitally, and we've done it digitally, the company doesn't get access to that information. It's done through CMTC that transmitted to a dedicated website that it is, in other words, they have no access into the data.
Certain, I understand that, and I understand the non-disclosure agreements, but I just want to say from a board perspective, like, I don't think we should get the bright idea to be like, oh, let's just sell the list to make money off the sales. And I don't think we should go down that road as part of a future discussion.
So what's
There's no action required.
no action required?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the report, Amos. We'll move on now. Concerning item 16, engagement of general counsel. First, before we go ahead, I want to thank Bernadette for the diligent work you did in putting together the information. But before we move on with that, I want to pivot to Kristen and to Jill to speak to this matter concerning your experience and expertise as general counsels and general counsels for nonprofits. What is your take and what is your position? Educate the board, please.
Sure. So I'll just explain kind of my experience and I'll let Jill explain hers. In my practice, we represent nonprofits and tax exempt organizations specifically, and they kind of fall into two different categories. Typically, clients will come to us on a case-by-case basis or as needed when certain issues arise within their nonprofits, and we might help them with that particular case or that particular matter, and then they move on. And then there's a subset of our clients that we act as sort of outside general counsel for. And we're always available to them to answer questions. Some of them will formally name us as their general counsel. Some will informally consider us just counsel or legal counsel. It's kind of up to the organization to depend on how they want to classify us or represent us to the public. And really what it comes down to is each organization's individual needs and what works best for the organization. So smaller organizations might not need to have a general counsel available at all times. So that's why they come to us on a case-by-case basis. And some larger organizations, may need that general counsel to be available at all times in case something comes up. And then there are, some organizations that have in-house general counsel where they're on the staff because they need counsel that often. So that's my personal experience with being outside general counsel for nonprofits that we work with. And I'll turn it over to Jill. As former general counsel, she might have some additional insight.
My thoughts on this are similar to Kristen's, although I would say that, and I have, close to 100 nonprofits that I represent in California, and they're pretty much all over the map on what they call their counsel. So I'm focused on the title, just like Kristen said, I have clients who just use me for projects now and then, or even more often. And I have others who use me all the time, but there's no there's not necessarily a standard on what they call me. Some do designate me as general counsel. Some just call me legal counsel or counsel. I don't think there's really a pattern among my clients for what they do or don't do. I mean, I have brand new clients that call me general counsel, and I have clients I've had for 25 years that don't designate me that way, and they use me all the time. So, you know, it's a title. But as Kristen said, I think it's really what CMTC or any client wants. It's really up to them. There's not a legal requirement that a nonprofit have a quote general counsel. There's no legal requirement for that. There's no legal requirement that you call a certain type of attorney general counsel. So it really is up to CMTC, just like it's up to every client. Is that enough?
That's excellent, Jill, and it leaves me feeling not well enough informed to make a decision on a matter like this. What I intend to do is to gather some more information, to connect with my counterparts around the country. Some have general counsels, some don't. Some have found them effective, some haven't. But I need to connect with them and also do some more research before we move ahead with this item. So I'm going to table this for a future meeting, and we'll move on to the Chief Executive Officer's report.
May I register an objection, please, Mark?
Sure.
We have a policy that has been approved by the board that uses the title of general counsel. We've also had customary duties associated with that title. And we're in a position right now where we're going into sunset. And I think the board does need to have the ability to be able to contact a general counsel with questions or concerns. And that's why I think that this is a timely and important item for us to make a decision on today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll consider your comments and continue to table the item until a future meeting. We may be handling it in the future. Yes. Christy.
Could I just understand what the point is? Is it that Jill is leaving and we want Kristen to come in, or?
Well, that's the proposal that Bernadette prepared.
Oh, okay. So if we table it, it just, Jill stays, right?
Jill is not.
Well, wait. Let me
question,
clarify.
I guess.
Let me clarify. I'm not leaving. I just gave up my title as general counsel to step back and just do the sort of, worker bee work behind the scenes and let somebody else be the attorney that goes to meetings and is, gives legal opinions when necessary, that kind of a thing. It doesn't have to be called general counsel. It happened to be called general counsel at CMTC, but I just wanted to take a slightly lesser role, a role more in the background. So I'm actually not leaving unless you want me to, but just to clarify that.
So you're working on a as needed basis, on a case by case basis. Is that right?
Well, there's really no change other than general counsel just isn't my title anymore. I'm just counsel. So I just I do the work that I'm asked to do. Yep.
Two of the key words here are title and timing, both of which I have not yet determined whether the title is important to our operation, and timing is quite an issue right now, moving ahead with sunset. So I'm not sure it's that important to have a person designated as general counsel to represent us. We're still going to get the work done. So we'll move on now to the CEO report.
So you have the report. I'm assuming you read it. You're gonna get a test by the end of the thing to make sure that you did. I always put 1 or 2 typos to make sure that you read it.
Oh, yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I only really want to highlight one issue, and that the issue that Mark addressed at the beginning of the meeting, and that the issue of transparency. This board I don't know. I mean, again, not putting Kristen on the spot or Jill. I really believe that it's one of the most transparent nonprofit organization in the United States. There are very few nonprofit organizations that do what this board does. And I'm not going to go into the long list of things that this board does that go over and above not only the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but things that are not even required in the act and not required by the Attorney General and are not required by the IRS, that the board does, all for the sake of openness and transparency. So it's not a surprise that Candid issued these designations to CMTC, to the organization, of receiving the 2024 Platinum Transparency seal. So those of you not familiar with it, Candid, most of them will not be. It's probably a brand new entity, but most people remember them as GuideStar. GuideStar is this organization that pretty much oversee and monitor data, financial data on the nonprofit sector in the United States, 1.8 million nonprofit organizations. And so it's not automatic. So they have organization that they just list and they give information. Then they have like 4 categories of transparency: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. CMTC a couple months ago received the Platinum Award. In 2023, only 0.75% of organizations in the United States received the Platinum Award from there's a seal from Candid. I believe in this year it's approximately 1%. So I just want to congratulate the board, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank Jill. That I kind of woke up one morning, I said, we'll go for it. So we worked very closely for months and months. It's not a simple process. You have to go through all the different categories. First of all, you have to be approved to meet the silver, and then you have to go to it's not that simple. Every time you feel you have to go to the other category, but it was quite a process. So with everything going on, we decided to take it on. So Jill, thank you for working so closely with me, and there was a lot of back and forth, and there we are. So
yeah, you're welcome, and it was worth it. I mean, I'm really happy that you guys got that, and you deserve it.
So thank you. So we'll see, but it is not something that once you get annoyed with it, it's for lifetime. Next year, if we choose to apply for it again, we'll have to go through it again. Okay, so it's not like now we can just rest on our laurels. This is something that you have to do every year if you choose to. It's not something, by the way, you can buy. It's not like it's something you pay for and you get some kind of. There's no money involved. It is simply something that if you qualify, then they give you that seal. So I just wanted to share with you a little the behind the scene of this initiatives, of what I do in my free time. Of course, let's come up with one more project. That's we already discussed that.
Yes. Okay.
So, but the rest of it is pretty much in my report. Any questions?
Are there any questions from those online for the CEO concerning his report?
Bernadette has a question.
Hi, Bernadette.
When do you expect the disciplinary figures to be available?
I cannot give you a date right now.
Okay, thank you.
As soon as we had, I think only one time we had a delay, was it before? And it became available before the subsequent board meeting. My hope is to do it as soon as possible. There's a lot going on. So, but it's a top priority for us. because they like want to do things we are very, very, very proud of. So as soon as we can release it, we want to show it.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the CEO? And we'll move on to number 18, the report from our Director of Governmental Affairs.
How do you turn? Can you hear me now? Yes. So I just want to point out all the work that's being done at the local level, and that there is a kind of more of this, I call all hands on deck approach, where the local massage community is working with city staff and CAMTC and victim service organization providers. It's been working well in Santa Rosa. I gave them comments on their draft of an ordinance, and actually this week, staff is reviewing the suggestions I made, and with the hope of the intention to bring it in early January to first reading by the city. Sacramento County passed 2 ordinance revisions yesterday, one for the regulation of the massage businesses, the other is land use. They both, I've never seen this happen before. There was a concern that even though we've been working closely and the local massage community had been, or the group had been working closely with city staff very respectfully, there was one thing, the 1,000 feet distance between massage establishments, that they would not budge on. And this was so delightful. One of the city council members said, I get massages. My daughter is a massage therapist, and this just doesn't seem fair. And so they actually sent it back to council right then, to staff, to bring back after lunch to have a vote. And it did pass after lunch. So that was very, very nice. Chico, and there's another number of other cities that are in process. And I think I mentioned, because I'm kind of proud of this, one city where they just raised the fee for the registration of the establishment from $0 to, I think, $1,139, even for a solo individual, sole provider. I asked for the fee study, but the fee study, some fee studies will say it takes a staff member 1.2 hours at this hourly base plus this tack on for fixed expenses to do this, but it doesn't say in their report, it doesn't say what they're doing. And so it added up to that much, and it's the same fee whether the owner is certified, whether it's a large establishment. So I asked, so it turns out that I know the lieutenant who just rotated into the position of being in charge of that. I've known him for years. We've spoken at human trafficking conferences together, and they decided to waive the fees for a year while they investigate it. He and the finance director agreed that there shouldn't be a fee for the certified owner establishment. Which I said, well, it's okay to charge just a verified certification. But anyway, so I was very proud that we were able to get that. It's not finalized, but that they are working on that. The data system and cybersecurity have been taking a lot of my time. There's an annual review of a whole bunch of cybersecurity things that are required for the Department of Justice. And so I've been having to review and work with our attorney on updating some of them to get those signed off. And then I give an example or information about several states and their challenges with massage regulations. Any questions? Okay, good. Thank you.
While this item's still on the floor, I will ask if the public has any comments to make about the report Beverly just gave. comments specific to this report?
I'm sorry, I missed if you had asked for public comment on the CEO's report. I don't recall that you did.
Would you like to comment on the CEO's report?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So CEO's report, transparency, I do applaud you for your transparency of your meetings. However, you do have a notice on your website that says you do not take meetings with members of the public. This is a big problem for regulated entities like massage therapists because when they do have concerns, as you heard earlier, there's no one to talk to, there's no way to reach out. And specifically, when I've reached out for specific meetings have not really been successful. So applaud you on the transparency measures you've taken. It would be nice if you took some additional measures with respect to that. And then the disciplinary process, he notes that it's efficient and fair, but it may be efficient, but it is not fair. I've mentioned this again, particularly important for board members to realize that you do not have due process. You have 50,000 people who are second-class citizens because they do not enjoy due process with respect to their employment. I know from talking to several local governments now who have made your certificate mandatory that they have felt misled by that process. And so again, having been coming to these meetings for 18 months, appreciated the work and the care that you guys put in this. I kind of feel like this is just a bit of an oversight that could be easily corrected, but would love to see a more fair and respectful disciplinary process for your 50,000 certificate holders. And thank you.
Thank you.
Same for number 17, please.
Please proceed.
I just find it very ironic that you placed the seal of transparency on your agenda. There are no names on letters for applicants. There are no names who is behind emails and phone calls. There are no names on the letters of disciplines. There are no names of staff members in denial letters. Nobody knows who denied them. They get a rejection for a period of 2 years. They don't know who made the decision, who are the hearing officers that conducted the review. So I don't know what kind of transparency this is. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the CEO's report or the Director of Governmental Affairs report?
Kimberly Austin, your line is now open and you can make your comment.
I just wanted to thank Beverly for helping us out at Sacramento County. And it was Supervisor Hume's sister, not daughter, who is the massage therapist. So he also receives massage. So that was a very nice thing. Again, thank you so much for your help and for connecting me to another massage therapist so we could get this done. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Any further comments from the public? And we'll move on then to the Director of Law and Code Enforcement Relations.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's not going to take. I guess I have to turn my microphone on. I sort of like this time of the year because we can wrap up what we've accomplished during the year. As far as our post-certified training, we've had 264 police officers / code enforcement officers attend the training. That averages around 24 a session that we do monthly. And on our Operation Get Smart civilian training, we had 218, which is averaging around 20 a session. So for a total of 482, I wanted to hit 500 this year. So I guess I'll put that off till next year. The next thing I have is the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards, the FSMTB, the meeting I reported on last time. But this is out of all the people that Mark, Beverly, and I sought out that became new delegates for the Federation because they didn't provide a list of them. So we had to go interview everybody. I had promised all of them that I was going to send them the training information and a heat map that we provide that I just spoke about, the police and code enforcement training and the Operation Get Smart training. And this was, we sent it out on Monday, and I've already got an email from a Carolyn Brittingham who is a prosecutor at the Department of Justice in Delaware. Now, Delaware is asking to please send the training information directly to us. It didn't go to her initially. It went to somebody else who passed the information on. And as I've reported on in the past, we've had people from Texas, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota attend our training sort of en masse. I think we had 36 people from Minnesota attend this last year. So the training, getting to these conferences and getting the word out is very important. So a byproduct of this Federation meeting also is that I have been working with the Federation for over a year on putting together this massage establishment regulatory toolkit, which is in, part of it is in your handout. There are other parts that are more sensitive and for police departments only. But you can see the members that we sat on this, and it has some interesting topics in here because you can see how many states actually have regulatory authority over the businesses. It's on page 132. It's shown in red. And obviously California is in gray and does not, but they still sought out our knowledge and our background and our experience, even though we're relatively new in the game after 15 years compared to the last 50 years. A lot of states have been doing this, but they're seeing how cutting edge our training is. And also many, they took our Operation Get Smart manual, and I believe they utilized it within theirs. And it's a pretty good document. I mean, there's not a lot that I agree with what they do, but at least I made known to them what we thought that the state of California needed, being that we're the largest populated state in the nation, and we just can't do things the same way as Rhode Island does. So this is sort of a one-size-fits-all package, but it's finally over with, and I'm glad of that because of the monthly Zoom meetings. And that's it for me for the year. Anybody have any questions?
I have a comment to make. I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay. I'm just looking at right now. It's really not correct. What you see on page 132, it says states whose massage establishments regulation. And then the gray implies it doesn't. Yeah. Well, that's not correct. California does have massage therapy regulations. In fact, very, very, very stringent massage therapy regulations. The massage therapy regulations is done by local government, which in our view is more effective than it is done on the state level.
It's a good point.
So, yeah, I mean, that is, no, the regulations, look, I will just quote the previous executive director of the Nevada State Board of Massage, where they do have state level massage therapy regulations, who stood in front of the entire federation and said, don't do it, okay? It doesn't work, and they have it, okay? So, anyway, California does have massage therapy establishment regulations, but the way we have it here is, as most of you are aware of it, CMTC has the voluntary certifications for the certificate holders, for the schools, and it work with collaboration with cities and counties, which are the people on the ground, and they are much better positioned to deal with the issue of massage establishments. So it's kind of a hybrid concept that we believe works very well. We've been asked many times by cities or counties, hey, how about you're going to take it over? And it's like, no, it's better to have local control on that issue, and to us to work collaboratively with local government. So anyway, I just want to point out to that statement about states with massage therapy regulations. Sorry, Christy, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, I think their idea didn't explain it the way you did, but they have specific agencies in charge of investigating those massage establishments and personnel to do it. as we don't. So that's what's represented on the picture. But like I said, when you compare a place like Rhode Island with the population of California, the model doesn't work. So it's not for everybody. And I believe we have the best model, letting local police and code enforcement. And as far as the Operation Get Smart, well, they could utilize that anywhere. So yeah, it's obvious. I'm glad you brought that up almost as a good point.
Thank you, Rick. Then Christie had a question for you.
Just a quick comment that I was fortunate enough to attend one of your Get Smart. So thank you for allowing me to attend. It was a little over my head, but I was very impressed with what you guys have done with that program. So thank you.
Any further questions or comments for Rick McElroy from the public or online?
No comments at this time.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to item 6, which was earlier in the agenda. And in order to do an effective job with that, I'm going to move to suspend the rules of debate and discussion for free-flowing discussion.
Second.
I move that. I need a second.
I will second.
Thank you. Will you take a vote, please, Charlotte?
Okay, Mark Dixon.
Yes.
Jeff Hornman.
Yes.
Sarah Fraser.
Yes.
Andrew Burston.
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez.
Yes.
Terry Harmon.
Yes.
Bernadette Murray.
Yes.
Stephanie Powell.
Yes.
Martha Sofer.
Yes.
And Christie Underwood.
Yes.
Thank you. So we've suspended the rules of debate in order to have a free-flowing discussion specific to 3 tiers of certification preliminary report. Joe Bob?
So, excuse me. So I created a report as the board requested from last time. Hopefully you saw that in your packets on page 9. One of the things that I addressed initially was the education requirements, which I believe Dr. Foreman was the one who asked about that. And again, this whole thing is still very much an idea and not at all a plan. But as directed by the board, create a report, start making some of the things a little more finite on it. And when you put out the hours, the required hours that are currently in our procedures, you can see as they line up there at the bottom of page 9, a 250-hour tier could have the exact same core requirements as the current CMT. So the CMT is in the first column that's bolded, and then the 2 other proposed tiers follow that to the right. So it can have the exact same one. So we could keep, especially when we're talking about protecting the public, certainly it is feasible to look at having the same amount of ethics hours, same amount of contraindications hours, health and hygiene. Then we get into business and anatomy, physiology. So so those items are there. What we don't necessarily know a lot of kind of are what would happen. I mean, we're talking about protecting the public, and this is kind of somewhat uncharted territory. Of course, we have had the 250 before. Unfortunately, there was no data collected at the time on if there was a higher percentage of disciplinary actions with the 250 versus the 500. And now it's very hard to go back and dig that information out. It's also, I think, one of the concerns with the 250 would be more professional conduct, which was also not, the law changed over the intervening years to allow more things to fall under that category. So even if you could go back in time, it wouldn't be comparing apples to apples. So that remains one of those unknowns on what it would do on the downside. There's also been brought up about the exam. We don't know what the legislature plans to do on the exam, as we talked about earlier. Would people with 250 hours be able to, would they be disadvantaged in terms of passing the exam? We don't know. And then, of course, on the plus sides of it, as we talked about, it lowers the barrier of entry. That's been a hot topic of conversation. And where did the original 500 hours come from? A lot of it came from, well, that's what other states are doing. That's why there's always nice round numbers, because they came from an idea and a discussion, and it's like, well, it's just round. There was no research study report that I've been able to find that was like 500 is it. So really, it's an unknown. But it would lower the barrier to entry. We've talked about the labor shortages, and then we've also talked about how there's been sort of a nationwide, even in California, sort of deregulation movement, momentum, and making sure that boards are protecting the public and not necessarily the profession, as probably most highlighted by a chiropractic board case in North Carolina a few years back, where they got called out for kind of creating a club for chiropractors rather than actually protecting the public. So those were sort of the issues I found. I gave then, of course, a bit of history and summary on it, but I'm happy to answer any questions that may occur in the discussion that goes on, if there is any.
Joe Buck, thank you for the report. You focus on the one end of the spectrum, but I think you also introduced the concept of the higher tier, and you want to make a couple comments about that?
Sure, absolutely. Yes, I was just trying to save time and didn't purposefully exclude it. I think the 1,000-hour tier is something that it's been called for in the profession for a long time, and I think there's the public really doesn't know and relies on boards and the certifications and the licenses that people get for information, and there's kind of this inherent trust. I mean, when you go and get your hair cut and you see it up on the wall, there's just sort of this trust that the person knows. I mean, nobody really books a hair appointment and goes and digs into the background of what that means. The same thing with the massage. And so we have therapists, of course, that are out there that have thousands of hours of education. And so I think dividing these up by hours of education and having them, if we were to put them on the website as 250, 500, 1,000, it gives the consumer an idea of what they're getting into. And so it's not necessarily, I know there's been questions about scope of practice and whatnot, which we don't have that, but it's just a matter of looking at the education. Even if somebody simply lists Swedish as their modality, or that's what they're in business to do, and they have 250 hours, or they have 500 hours, or they have 1,000 hours of Swedish. If you're a discerning client and you can, afford somebody that's there, it gives you that ability to know. And so you'll notice in that chart where the hands-on hours are much less for the 250 tier. I have them at 90. Of course, the anatomy physiology lab is also a hands-on, so that's really 110 hours of hands-on out of the 250. But it's in that time, that's about the time you need to learn one, maybe two modalities. If you look at the curriculums now of what massage schools teach for Swedish, I don't know if we have any that have more than 90 hours of Swedish massage in their programs. Usually the other hours are made up of teaching additional modalities. So that's really, as a school, what it would come down to. But the ones that are out there that have had the additional education, I think it's important for people to know when making a decision and what's important to them, and how discerning they are. So I think that will help them. I think it also will help. And of course, this is sort of another crystal ball scenario, but I think it would help the therapists themselves as they have more education to be able to have an additional certification to put with their name and advertise themselves as such. Because right now, there's really nothing to, it's sort of like the transparency seal we were just talking about. You can go out and shout from the rooftops that you're doing something, but until you have a third party come along and kind of verify that, it doesn't always mean much. So I think that would really help them to be able to promote themselves better when getting jobs. I think it would be able to help clients to distinguish. I'm sure that there are spas and massage therapy places that would distinguish themselves from, we only hire 1,000-hour plus therapists. And so I think it's, as we talked about last time, as I put in here, it's really the reality of our profession, where there are therapists that have few hours, there's therapists that have a lot, and we would better serve the public by educating them as to what you're actually, if you're getting a small, medium, large version out there.
Dr. Foreman would like to speak.
Joe Bob, if you remember, we had the AA degree at De Anza, which was 1,000 hours. Anyways, unfortunately, I retired. And so they dropped the program after I retired. They didn't hire someone to replace me. However, why, you can give us a historical perspective, why was the 250 dropped? I remember they could ramp up and continue to take classes to get up to 500. But why did CAMTC drop the original 250?
Point of information, it was not CMTC, that was state law, but Beverly, do you want to, or Joe Bob, give a little historical for that process?
Well, while Beverly finds the button over there, I would just say it was part of the original law that came into being in 2008 that was passed. It was always intended as sort of a grandfathering provision that was going to leave. That was the legislature's choice. So there was never, like I said, no data was ever tracked. So it had nothing to do with that. It was always from the beginning set to expire and move into that. The same as the CCMP, which was 100 hours, and you had to take 30 hours a year of continuing education until you got to the CMP level, the 250 hours. Both of those were set to expire by the legislature and the law, but Beverly may know more of the reasons on why that was in the initial law.
Yeah, basically it was to give schools a chance to ramp up. A lot of schools were already, there were 100-hour schools were already going up to 250, but now they had to go up to 500. So it was kind of an interim. It was never intended, but as you said, none of it was ever based on a study. There was just a sense from schools that had tracked the success of their graduates and found that graduates who had longer programs, like up to 500 hours, tended to last longer and be more successful, but it was anecdotal.
It's a little late in the meeting, but there was a request at the last meeting to explain acronyms, especially for our new members. So I wish I'd mentioned that earlier. When you mention an acronym, try to use all the words. CCMP is Conditional Certified Massage Practitioner, which conditional upon getting an additional 150 hours. That's what that meant. I'll do my best in the future to make sure we clear it, especially for our new members. Andrew has a question.
Not a question. This was the one item on the agenda that got my juices flowing. So I want to point out to the board, first of all, that the vast majority of people that go into massage therapy education are struggling financially. And the 500-hour programs mean that it either has to take them a long time to do it because they're working their way through, or a lot of times they just aren't successful in getting through the programs. And a 250-hour program will incredibly be a blessing for so many people that they can get started with a vocation where they can make money and not be burger flippers. And where they could really start serving people. And I think it's going to be a huge boon. So I just wanted to start off just saying that. Ideas. Should actual hours of working or an entry-level certificate, should some percentage of that be documentable and part of their CEU contributions, if you will? Because the difference between a 250-hour program and a 500-hour program, a lot of these practical hours, hands-on hours, and actual working should count as those hands-on hours. Maybe not the educational aspect, but the hands-on hours. So that's an idea. And it allows them to kind of work their way through, and they don't have to go back to school to get all the credit that they need to move into the next level. Also makes them it goes into a second idea, which is, should these things actually not last forever? Should they be renewable once or twice, and then they expire? So in other words, you have to move up over time into that next level. It's meant to be an entry gateway, not an endpoint in a person's segue into being a massage therapist, right? Into that career. And that then sort of points the direction towards even going to a more advanced type of career. Let's see what else. This may not work at all, but I think that the biggest concern probably of somebody coming out of a 250-hour program is just simply, do they have baseline competence? And I trust that all the schools have some sort of a competence test after their hands-on training, but maybe it needs to be spelled out that somebody actually can successfully do a 1-hour program with a known technique, right? And that the school actually stamps that it says this person can practice. And then the last thing was, I would suggest that we consider, if we do this, that the fees are tiered as well. So that the entry-level fee, instead of it being $300 for a 250-hour program, is maybe $150. Again, it's not I don't think it should be a forever level of certification. It should be $150, maybe renewable once for 4 years. By the end of the 4 years or 5 years, you should have moved into the next level. So those are my thoughts, my comments, my ideas. I will tell you that the Massage Envy community is super excited about this, and for all the reasons that I'm telling you and more. We think that will really it will really help the public have more access to massage than what it has right now, because we are so constrained by service providers. And so right now we have people that can't get their appointments when they want to get them, including some board members. It does. And my guess is that after all the analysis and the investigations and any of the hand wringing that might be gone about whether these practitioners will cause more harm than ones that go through a 500-hour program, my guess is that the answer is that it will be within the margin of error that there's any difference at all. There will be no statistical correlation between injuring somebody or being a bad actor at a 250-hour program versus a 500-hour program. Anyway, those are my comments. If anybody wants to ask me any questions, they're welcome to.
Thank you, Andrew. You raised a question for me. You got my juices flowing a little bit. And that is, I'll ask Joe Bob and maybe the CEO. Would a 1,000-hour program necessarily require any more staff time to process that application? And would a 250-hour program necessarily require less staff time and energy to approve the application?
Let me sort of answer that in reverse. I'll start with the 250. I think the 250 would be very similar to the 500 now. If it's a program that is approved, those are fairly easy to process. Where they have to come into an individual review is when there's education from multiple schools. That's probably actually less likely in the 250. You're probably not going to bounce around and do too many schools in order to get to 250 hours. Because right now, students do not have to complete a singular program at one school. So they can move around the state and take it from multiple ones, but that requires somebody to look at that and make sure that all those hours from those different schools meet the requirements. So that does take some more time. But I don't see that with the 250. With the 1,000 hour, probably so. Probably each one of those would require, not each one, because we do have programs that are 1,000 hours. As Dr. Foreman mentioned, they used to have one at De Anza. There are still schools that have over 1,000 hour programs, and some of those we have already approved. They got approved, and some of those have not been approved, but I'm sure that the schools would. They just didn't bother, because a lot of times what happens is the 500 hour massage program feeds into that 1,000 hour program at a school. So if we've already approved their 500 hour program, then they don't necessarily need to. But so some schools have not, but other schools have, because they just wanted every program that they had to be approved. So they're already listed on our website. If a student started at that school, completed that program, that's a pretty simple approval. If we're talking about education from all over, which very well could be the case with 1,000 hours, then that's going to take an individual review, which all of those do take a little bit more power.
Thank you, Joe Bob. Jeff has his hand raised. Dr. Foreman, I know there's more.
Joe Bob, are we talking continuing education, or will they have to take classes at CAMTC approved schools?
I would, and I wrote it in here. I think that I think we would need to look at allowing continuing education for the 1,000 hours, because I think if we go back to the therapists who already have 1,000 hours, that's going to be a lot of them. There's many continuing education hours that I think are very good, that just don't fall under the approved hours. So I think that would be my suggestion in order to do that. So I would recommend that, but there certainly will be some that go to 1,000+ hours at a single school and complete that way. But I do think for the advanced, we need to consider accepting continuing education, which also, I don't think I put that in the history. And originally, before we had school approval, we did accept continuing education hours that met certain requirements in the law.
Thank you. It's over here.
Just context. So just for context, several comments said, if we do it, if we decide to do it, if we do it, you can't do it. Okay? It's up to the legislature. Right now, you can't do it. Just to make sure everybody remember where we are in the big picture here. Okay? We're talking about an idea. We're talking about a concept. I'm going to reserve my input to the end, okay? But whatever the discussion end up is, it's not like you guys can vote right now and tomorrow. No, this is something you can only go into effect if and when the California legislature decide to put something in the state law. So that's context.
You asked for 10 seconds. That was 10 seconds. Sarah, go ahead.
I just want to start by saying that I appreciate being able to have conversation about this. Andrew, I resonated with a lot of the things and ideas that you have. I want to start by just reminding us what's on the back of our name cards here: protect the public and elevate the profession. Lowering the entry level hours for me doesn't it's in the language that it doesn't even match what we're trying to achieve here. So that to say that I am very much for the 1,000 hour recognition. I think that would go a long way in elevating massage therapists who are taking continuing education or who have further education that will really represent them nicely. I also think that it will help to address some of the wage issues that massage therapists across the industry see. In the other breath, the language that was used to talk about why we had the 250 hour level removed originally. If the legislature intended for the 250 hour grandfather policy to go away, and now we're talking about it returning upon going into sunset, not that this is even going to go into any of that sunset policy, but I think that it's dangerous to talk about lowering hours when we're trying to show the strength of our standards. If you look at the kind of lowest standards of some of the other states, there are some states that have no standards still. But if you really look through, there are very, very few states that have less than 500 hours as like the bare minimum standard. I think we're already sitting at the bare minimum. I do resonate with meeting people in the workforce and trying to get them there faster because we have students in school and retention is an issue because they can't make money now. And so I feel that. I do feel like one of your ideas does solve a little bit of the issue. We have a ton of people who are currently massage therapists who have worked for many, many years, who do not have the education that CMTC requires at 500 hours. However, they've been working in the field for a really long time. And these folks currently at a lot of places are unemployable. And so I'd like to see that if we did have a tier that was at 250, that it addressed folks who were looking to be certified, who had experience in the field. And there was a quantifiable way to show that. That would have people flowing into the workforce and these jobs that have a ton of experience, and we'd have happier clients with, arguably happier clients with folks who have more time in the industry. The other thing that's a huge worry for me is the scope of practice piece. And I want to talk about that for a second, because one of the things that a lot of the major massage therapy associations kind of have in their bylaws, they state, you know, do no harm, only work within your scope of practice. And I think at 250 hours, that's not easily defined. If I were to go through a program that only did Swedish and deep tissue, I would be expected to only do Swedish and deep tissue. But the problem is we go to a lot of, I would expect a massage therapist to feel what I need and to customize the massage based on what my body needs. And that does almost immediately put them out of scope of practice to really address fully what the client needs in the moment. And I can give you an example of how I see this happen. When working for a company, they gave me a spreadsheet that basically I had to check off all of the types of massage I knew how to do, which could address this problem immediately, right? I would only check Swedish and deep tissue. However, a lot of people think that they know trigger point work. And the definition of a trigger point is a hyper-irritable nodule that has referred pain to a different area of the body. It requires a higher level of understanding. And people think that trigger point work is working on your knots. Oh, of course, I'm a trigger point worker, I work on knots. No, it's advanced neuromuscular work is trigger point work. There are many, many programs that go into deep study of this, where you can get a ton of CEU hours. So I think that sometimes, and that's not to say that people are doing that on purpose, they don't have enough education to know that that's not the type of work that they're doing. And so I have big worries about putting any of this into place before spelling out truly how we're going to manage what that scope of practice looks like and keeping the public safe on this tier level. Definitely don't worry about the 1,000 hour. And I think 500 is pretty sufficient. When I look at 90 hours of hands-on work, that is just above what CAMTC set as an emergency expectation for hands-on body work during COVID, when we were trying to not touch each other, when we had to do this massage outside. And I have big worries that that is just not enough time to develop skill enough to work safely. There's more, but I think just financial aid wise, some of the things that have happened where we were safe in California, and you could probably talk about this, but financial aid was being changed, and a lot of states are unable to fully fund their programs because they're working at bare minimum levels. Us being a certification state saved us, but I'm worried that if we set a 250-hour level and some stuff comes back where we're limiting to the bare minimum that a person would be required to have in order to work within the state, that would then be 250 hours, which worries me.
That's the one.
Yeah, so it's a little, yeah. So, thank you.
This is a great discussion. Who was next? Yes, Martha.
I have a suggestion. What if we do, if it was to be, like one suggestion would be, if you do the 250, so these people were able to work but with the condition that they have to continue with education. So it is a condition that you get the 250, but in this year you have to complete this many classes. So that will be a way of giving the therapist a way of paying for this, for the school, but at the same working and at the same time getting experience.
Thank you. Somebody over here, Bernadette. Oh, that's clever.
I really appreciate all the comments so far, and I second what you're saying, Mark, in terms of what a great discussion this is. I appreciated also the fact that, Joe Bob, in your report, you did discuss the entry-level analysis project. What I see there is that was really, it was conducted in terms of saying, in order for people to be employable in the massage field, what is the minimum number of hours that they would really need to have to practice safely and competently? And I concur with what Sarah's saying, that we want to elevate the profession, and lowering the entry level number of hours to 250. I think that it's actually there, that if the issue is that folks are having to struggle with paying for their education, I would say, along with Jeff, that I am so saddened to see that in California, the community colleges have eliminated massage therapy programs in those colleges, whereas other states like Texas have robust community college programs. And part of the reason for that is because in community colleges, there are many opportunities for folks to attend community college programs with free tuition. And I think that that unfortunately this reflects a step backwards for the perception of the massage therapy community in California, unfortunately. And so I'd like to see ways to actually put forth that we're supporting building the perception that massage therapists are professionals and are competent, and in terms of yes, relaxation is a big component of that, but even with a relaxation massage, there's still there's considerations to take into account. Katie was referring to those earlier about what huge percentages of the population have things like hypertension, are cancer survivors, which have contraindications or need modifications. There are a lot of things to be aware of in terms of interacting with clients. And so I will just say that I am very concerned about a proposal to, even in either direction, to go with a 250 hour, or at this time to go with 1,000 hour, because I think that it complicates things for consumers as well as for practitioners in the field. So thanks.
Thank you, Bernadette. Any other comments on Joe Bob? Did you have anything else to talk about educational standards, Joe Bob, besides 3 tiers?
No, I will just add to that, even on the scope of practice. I mean, even now, because we don't have a scope of practice with the 500 hours, we certainly see curriculums that have 8 hours of trigger point. And that goes along with a number of anything, pregnancy massage, whatever, you can name off the modalities that there are. And so the people have had training in that. Does that make them qualified to do something? Technically, they could go out into the world and there's nothing to stop them from saying that. Now, to be fair, most of those curriculums in the 500-hour range are introductory, and they're designed to help somebody know just what these different modalities are. And they usually when the school's doing it correctly, they're not intended to substitute for what should be, in Trigger Point's case, hundreds of hours of training. But they have that in there so that the students can have it. So it's, so we have that issue now, if you will, by not having a scope of practice that once they get out there with their 500 hours certification, they can claim to know whatever, whether they do or not. So that's there. And so I will say I brought it up on we had our schools call last week, and I did bring it up, which I'm always hesitant to bring up new things on a schools call because it's sort of like you never quite know what's going to happen out there in the world. But I did bring it up. There were 3 responses, 2 of them in support of the 250, 1 of them in support of the 1,000 hour. And so of course that's a very unscientific poll, but it was just, one of them was the 250 was actually a person who's opening a school who had done our 200 an hour CMP back in the day and liked the ability to work and then work up towards the CMT. Eventually he did become a CMT. And then another one simply expressed, I mean, that was, went back to the days. I mean, we went literally decades with people having 100, 200, 250 hours of education. I mean, LA was 300 for that. And there weren't all of these, most of the higher requirements a lot of times were having to deal with with what we now think of more as human trafficking, but with the prostitution part of it. And so they kept raising the fees and the hours. And so there was, an expression that this 250 sort of harkened back to where it was then. And then of course the 1,000 hour, it was, a school that had a 1,000 hour program and recognized those therapists. So of course they like that idea, but anyway, no, there's, I think that's it. This is, great feedback. Like I said in the beginning, this is, it's a big idea, and California has led the way on many ideas, from approving schools to whatever. So we've done a lot out here that's pioneering, and so it's still very much in that idea phase. And so I appreciate that, and I'm happy to move forward with whatever the board wants me and ESD to do next. As far as the rest of the report, it was pretty simple. Not much has changed in the last couple of months since the last board meeting. We're looking at.
So Bob, excuse me.
Yes.
Can you put a pin on the rest of the report?
Oh, yes. Sorry, Mark just
One
asked if there was
thing,
anything.
Maybe we need to kind of wrap this one up. And
Sure.
Then we'll go to the rest of the report. So I'd like to make a suggestion. We take public comments.
Okay. We're going to come back to the board, but does the public have anything to say about this issue? Anything pertaining to educational standards of CMTC?
I'll just comment that I have all 3 tiers within my school. They are BPE approved. I have had a 250 tier for all 35. Well, started out with 200, moved to 250, the 550, and 1,000. And I do share some of your concerns about the ability to get government funding. And I share concerns for small schools such as mine to be able to function with going back to the 250 tier. So I have Workforce Investment Act funding for the 500-hour tier. And so concerned that if we lower it to the 250, they won't fund the higher tier, that they will keep it at the lower tier. I like the idea of giving people a way to start, and then with the requirement to up their training. In the little preliminary, asking my students what they think of it. I do have students who have been in the industry for 20 years and they're coming back to do more training. And some of them have never chosen to get their CMTC because it's not required in our city. And my understanding is that, roughly there's 50% that municipalities require CMTC, and roughly 50%, maybe a little less, don't. And so, so the incentive to get the CMTC, if you lower the standard, it lessens it. I think you might have an impact on that on some level. Some graduates said, I wouldn't bother to renew my CMTC if it's not, giving me this elevated standing. So those are considerations, from my experience.
Thank you very much for your comments. I see Kimberly Austin and two others with their hands up. Kimberly?
Kimberly, your line is now open and you can make your comment.
Thank you. Yeah, Joe Bob mentions the ELAPS study, which is at 625 hours. So allowing for 250 just seems kind of ridiculous. And just it's going to confuse more cities and counties who do require a CMTC. Some of them want that 500-hour diploma. So it's just going to cause more havoc when they already struggle with how to deal with us. And why add more to your plate when this seems to be working just fine? And are there any other states that have tiers that seem to be successful? I don't know, but I'm not in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Michael, your line is now open and you may make your comment. Michael, your line is now open and you can make your comment. I'm prompting you to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. I'm probably one of the dinosaurs in this profession. I've been in practice for over 40 years. I started in high school with a certified nursing associate program that allowed me to work in my senior year of high school in the hospital first 2 hours of the day. When I came back to California, I found that, well, we didn't have a state license, but every city was very different. I live and work in practice in Orange County, and at that time, it could have been anywhere from 100 hours to 1,000 hours. I wanted this to be my profession. I went to school on my own. I paid for it all. I went to work full-time elsewhere and took my classes and paid my school along the way. A small, slow year for me is having 50 hours continuing education in a year. I expect if you're going to be in this profession, you choose this as your lifestyle, your goal, your passion, either step up, get the education that's required and elevate the profession, or get out of it. That's my comment. I present that respectfully as much as I can. Please don't move to this tier. It does not serve the public or our profession well.
Thank you, Michael. It's always good to hear from a fellow Stegosaurus. It's good to have you on the call. And the next one.
Stacy, your line is now open and you can make your comment. Stacy, your line is now open. You can make your comment. I'm going to prompt you to unmute. I'll give a few more moments for Stacy, and if not, then I'll go ahead and lower their hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hand of Stacy.
Thank you, Jordan. Any further comments from the public or the members of the board for that matter? Almost.
So just want to make sure there's no board members don't want to make. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a fantastic discussion. I'm not sure I'm going to join this club, but I entered this profession 44 years ago. My hair was longer than Martha at the time. This discussion about who are we, it is something that I've been listening to, since the last 44 years. Some people enter this profession with the idea that they are, they're personal service providers. And they work in certain settings and they expect, for example, what's customary in the personal service world to receive gratuities, okay? There's other people that see themselves as strictly as remedial advanced medical massage therapists of 2,000 hours. And I'm just using the example of the gratuity. Would be horrified or offended if somebody will even offer them one, because with the white coat that they have, they just don't even identify with that. This is very important discussion, okay? So what this board is struggling with or grappling with, I just wanted to let you know, welcome to the party. It's been going on for 50 years, okay? So I think what Joba proposed here in many ways kind of recognizes a certain reality, a discussion that has been going on for ages, okay? First of all, just to put a little perspective. Clearly, this idea, it's an idea phase, and I wanted to say before the meeting started that this is clearly half-baked, and you do not want to propose to the legislature anything half-baked. But at this point, it's very clear. It's not only not half-baked, it is not even mixed, okay, with the initial ingredient. It's so early. So I think this is an excellent discussion. I think this is something that it probably will make sense to discuss further in the future. I would not recommend that you put it in a document to the legislature at this point, because I said earlier, we're so far from it. And the downside of doing something like this will be so much bigger than the potential upside that I would strongly recommend against it at this point. That being said, it doesn't mean that we should not have more cogent discussion about that. And one thing the board may want to consider or not, I mean, you can do, the simple things you can do. You can do, let's just do nothing. There's another thing saying, well, maybe we should do something, but instead of doing 2 additional tiers, maybe just pursue one of them. You can decide, go for the 1,000, go for the 250. That's another option. It doesn't have to be everything or nothing. Another idea is to try to maybe get a little more input, and I would suggest that at least initially, if we do want to get more input from stakeholders, to us, the schools. Okay, we have approximately 70 of them that I think we can expect robust input from. And maybe there's some issues we never even thought about pros and cons or whatever the issues are. I think that may be a logical next step. And if you do want to pursue it, I will work with Joe Bob in putting together a simple survey that will capture pretty much what their thoughts are, but what do they like about it, what they don't like about it, and what would they recommend kind of survey. And I think that can give us tremendous amount of input to maintain future conversations. So that's kind of my take on where we are with it.
Andrew?
I think that the one thing that came up about the schools that we should probably try to find out is about student loans. And like for instance, if that 250 hour was a provisional, would you still allow funding up to a 500, which is considered a permanent? I mean, that's a question that I think should be asked and answered as quickly as possible, because it sort of tells you about the viability from the education sector side of a 250 hour program. If there is no way of accommodating it, we probably have to just not think about it until the Department of Education changes their stance.
Thank you. Joe Bob.
Keep in mind that about half of our schools don't even have any sort of funding. It's people self-pay, and that's where they are. Just to provide you sort of with the numbers of where we are, we're about half and half.
But the schools that do accept it have to work within the constraints of a definition of what's fundable or not. If the state recognizes 250 hours to practice massage, and that's the standard, then that's as high as a school could ever get reimbursed. And that's a problem. So we need to figure out, for instance, if we position the 250, like I said, as provisional, it doesn't last forever. It's not your permanent certification. It's your gateway to a 500 hour. Would they accept that? If they do, it answers a huge problem with the schools that do accept federal student loans.
Further comments, further statements? I think we pretty much covered it. Final item. Yes,
We do
Drew.
have one public, one
Oh.
comment online. It appears Stacy's back
Oh,
online.
she's back. Go ahead.
Stacy, I'm going to prompt you to unmute and you can make your comment. Your line is now open.
Thank you. I was trying to before, and I'm so glad I put my hand up again. Hello to the board. I would like to strongly encourage you not to vote in favor of this tiered system for multiple reasons. I think it's very confusing for massage therapists. It's very confusing for the public. I think it creates more bureaucracy for the regulating body, in this case, the CAMTC. I mean, the discussion even today about how much to charge people who were certified or didn't recertify in 2021, it would just add layers of confusion. I would also think that it confuses jurisdiction with complicating different tiers, making more bureaucracy for everybody. And again, we don't live in Thailand. I know that was sort of the prompt for this, one of the prompts for considering this. As of the last week, a couple people have died in Thailand. I don't know what those educational standards were there when they received massages. I mean, in California, we don't go to churches or synagogues or mosques to get a massage, but in Thailand, people do that. So it's a very different parameter. I also think lowering the barrier of entry is very concerning for human trafficking because those groups are going to go for that lower tier. And I have empathy for the massage franchises and other massage employers that are having a hard time attracting massage therapists to work. But I really think that payment, employee raises would be a better way to attract more massage therapists in the field. And last but not least, I'm going to say KISS, keep it simple and straightforward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stacy. One last item, starting now and until mid-March, you have the opportunity to suggest items to place on future agendas. So if you have any now, this is a good time to let them be known. And of course, for the next 3 months or so. Bernadette.
Hi. Yes, bylaws amendments. Obviously, our bylaws will need to be revised to be in compliance with statute. And I was hoping that respectfully, I could go ahead and ask the CEO to arrange for me to be able to meet with Christian and Jill. I have some questions that I'd like to ask them about changes to the statutory language that come into effect January 1st and possible conflicts with our current bylaws in terms of the languaging. And thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Jeff, Dr. Foreman? Thank you. Well, I just want to say, I have been in dialogue with my 45 or so counterparts across the country for 15 years. And I've never observed a board with such diversity as we enjoy, with so many diverse perspectives and points of view and backgrounds and expertise. Nor have I seen a board ever have discussion and dialogue like we enjoy on issues, for example, like this one. And we're in pretty rarefied air. And I thank each of you for stepping up and volunteering to give up a day of your life every few months to help us in this deliberative process. It's an honor to work with you. And I just really, this is the the highest point of my working career as a massage professional. It's just great to be working with all of you. So thank you for that. Thank you for this day. Thank you for your focused attention on these issues, for being on time, for remember to raise your hands and keep this thing running smoothly. You've helped to make it a very productive meeting, even though it had some rough spots. I appreciate our staff work. Thank you so much, Charlotte, and our council present. And Jeff, thanks for hanging in there in your current condition. You got a great attitude, my friend. It was great to see you on Monday. Best wishes to you. And this meeting stands adjourned.
Hi.